there. Hey, welcome in. Just getting everything set up on all the streams first, and I'll be on in a second. I think we're good everywhere. Yeah, let's get going. So we've got probably start on this one maybe. We've got an Atari Lynx 2 that I believe fully works and just wants the mods doing. Let's have a look at the details. So we have on top down Atari Lynx 2 system works, so we'll test that first. Wants a full recap, which I might have the new cap kits for now, I don't know. Clean power, I didn't even get anything to be honest. Clean power, USB, clean screen, yeah, I didn't even read the notes. I don't have any of that on me whatsoever. Let me just see if I can go grab them, one sec. I've actually got a few bits. I've just grabbed a few bags behind me, so we might have a clean power. Let me just see if I've done a cap kit. I've got to also release 4 more cap kits I forgot about as well. Cap kits. Yeah, we do one, but not the new style, so I'm going to use ceramics on this. So I guess while we're getting the bits, let's test this. I've got this zoomed out because I was going to be on an Amiga, and then I've got 2 Lynxes, so I figured I might as well jump on these instead. Wow, we're on afternoon already. I thought it was morning. Yeah, afternoon. Lynx games, where are they? Got one here. Ultimate Chess Challenge. Let's see if we can win a game of chess. Power. We can try with the 6 AAs, which I probably don't even have, or we can use the power supply. See if I've got enough batteries. Yeah, we should have every mix and match them. Amazon Basics. 2 Kodaks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a good mix, isn't it? There we go. Mostly Kodaks. Let's see if this gets us working. So it should be a working system, and it just wants the mods doing. So it wants pretty much all of it. It'll be like a prestige Atari Lynx at that point. It's having a new screen, new power system, and a USB port and a recap. So let's see, power on. There we go. Volume. Right, so that's flickering with insert game. This could be also low batteries for all I know. But see the flickering? Let's go on and off once more. Off, on. And then Lynx take a few seconds to load games as well. So let's wait for that. Yeah, we're not getting anything so far. And the off isn't now working. Oh, it helps if you press the off button. Try one more cycle. Yeah, so could be dirty game. Let's try. This is what we always like to prove first. Before we start working, make sure we can actually get them in the same condition that the notes say they come in as. I should have way more Lynx games. Where are they? Must be in a different tub. Way more to choose from. What shall we pick from? So we've got some more Game Gear games, but then ignoring that, I wanted play chess. We've got Warbirds, Road Blaster, Pit Fighter, Beast. Now I know Chips works. I know most of these work, to be honest. Let's try them too. And if we can't get these load, then obviously there's something going on. But I love these games. They're like nice and I think it's the super thin, aren't they? Don't feel exactly. I don't know, something about the games being thin is me only gripe with them. Yeah, so that's loading. So my chess game, unfortunately, is no good. There we go. And the amp on the Lynx isn't that bad, to be honest. Contrast works. Dun, 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 dun. So you see, change the contrast. This is the original screen. So pretty hard to see, but it's there. Let's just check. Surfing. Oh yeah. Whoops. So looks like it's all working. I want to get my chess game working now. See if I can get my chess game working. Where's my pencil eraser gone? I keep forgetting I've got aircon in this room as well, and it's absolutely roasting. Let me put the aircon on. Heat waves at the minute. I've fixed the JBC software as well now, so the irons no longer kill me keyboard, he says. Are they programmed? Yeah, it should be. Cool. Yeah, we've got cap kits, but they're not the new style. It's normal, so it's like pointless basically, isn't it? Fly, of course. I just said my software works and now it doesn't work. There we go. Is that back to working? Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Right, so clean this. Bit of IPA. And so all I've done is pencil erasered that, sprayed it with IPA, and then insert and remove a few times. And if this doesn't work, the game is likely bad or the console's got really poor contacts. There we go, we have chess. Can you guys even see that? Just about. And then start. How do I start? Oh, still hasn't worked. It's froze on that menu, I think. Surely that should be starting. So it's just going to be really dirty pins. Oh yeah, TikTok's just said TikTok hasn't been blocking us, and then straight away, apparently we're selling stuff outside of TikTok yet again. Just crazy. So that's it now. We won't be getting any more TikTok viewers, so the 7 we've got in, wow, that's loud. The 7 people that they're in will now be pretty much, that's it for the whole stream. That what we got. Lynx 2 with only backlight working, no sound, no image. Backlight. So if you've got backlight, that's just nothing has to work for that to work in a sense. That's like a passive circuit. So no sound, no image is going to be likely one of the ASICs or the RAM. Check for heat usually. Time options. Where do we play? There's the play button. Option 2 for play. Option 2. Where's my... Oh, wow. Yeah. But then... Invalid move. It's a pawn. How is that an invalid move? Okay, now it's working. Okay, they're going to move. Wow. Let's see if we can win. I need to be able to see the screen. Win a quick game. We want to... You know what? I can't even see that screen. We'll try and win a game when we've done the work. Let me clear up my desk because it's already a mess. After 2 seconds of finding stuff. So this works. We've got to now mod it up. We will do probably the recap first, then test again. We don't need to test the DC jack because it's going to have a clean power, so that doesn't matter to us. So let's just get in this thing. Some of these come with the little, if you remember, the little fabric straps for helping to pull out batteries. I don't know that all the Lynxes come with them, but obviously with the age of them, a lot of them go missing. Those can go somewhere else. Batteries can go down that side. You've got screws underneath. It's kind of all set up for when I was going to be working on that Amiga. There we go. Not in your... Hi. Oh yeah, I've got a TikTok chat to keep getting a look at. But like I say, we've now been blocked on this stream, so it won't get pushed anywhere. On these, we have to pull these rear pads off. So you best just pulling and then pulling straightish. Don't bend if you can help it. Just like pull, away. And this has just got a light bit of adhesion on. They normally, if you keep them clean enough when you take them off and they're good enough quality, they'll stick back down. So that's there. And then you can just grab and then, like I say, pull straight, just so you don't bend the rubber, because this will stay deformed if you bend it too much, or it will try to. And that's the hidden 4 screws underneath. So you can see just the 4 posi screws. Still waiting for RJ McCall to out the killer game. Oh yeah, nice. I keep forgetting as well with us having flashcards for them. It's so easy now with all the tooling to be able to make new old games, which is quite cool. So we're going to see a lot of that, I think, in the next few years. People making new games for the old consoles. Oh, thanks for the sub. I think I need that sub thing to stay up a bit more. It's like, by the time I look at it, it's usually gone. And I hear the noise, look up, and then I don't notice it going off. There's one extra screw here that people forget, which is the battery compartment screw. And then that kind of, the board comes up and this comes out because it's like hooked in. So it's just a little bit of a jiggle to get that out. And then let's go to probably the overhead. Oh, God, my nose is itchy again today. I swear it's every time I come in this room. You know what I think it might be as well is I've got a bit of hay fever at the minute, and I don't know whether I put the aircon on, whether just blowing the air around is making me my hay fever a bit worse. Right, so under here then, I'll zoom out a bit more on that. Or was that? No, fully zoomed out. You've got these connectors here. Now, you can just pull these out, but you technically shouldn't. What you're meant to do is get your fingers on these little tabs you'll see here. And try not to, the problem with this is if you pull this too hard and it's firm, you flick out the plastic. It'll go back in, but with them being stiff, this is why I don't like these old connectors, because you have to just push gently like that. But with them being under load, if you will, like old and firm, and then you're putting load on the sides, you tend to go and flick them off. So, and this one's already half out anyway. That should be pushed in like that. But you can see the other side rocks when one side's in and out. So just click either side, and then the original screen comes out, and that gets you, so you can lift this out. And then when you look inside here, we have a speaker this side, and this side is the backlight. So this is like 400 volts plus on here, and you see speakers mounted there, nice loud speaker. The Atari Lynx actually has a good sound system, like probably the loudest of any handheld retro console. That's why I haven't made a clean amp for it yet, because it's pretty loud as as standard. This is the mains voltage, and this is the old fluorescent tubes. This is literally like the fluorescent tubes in a house, and these are literally mains voltage, well, higher than mains voltage. So be careful when working on these. This is having a clean screen though, so in fact, this is the perfect time to make a written guide for the clean screen, because we don't even have one. This is one thing I'm terrible at the minute, is keeping on top of the guides. So we're going to make a written guide while we do this video as well, I think. Yeah, thanks, very much appreciated. It's when I get on stream, everything takes me like 5 times longer. Like if I was doing this off stream, I'd probably have this done in 40 minutes. This will probably take me 2 or 3 hours on stream. It's just how it goes. I think when you, in fact, I don't even need to take that screw out. It's for the cartridge connector that can stay in. When you're on stream, it's just setting the camera angles up, chatting, going on side quests. So you kind of, everything I do on stream takes me way longer. First thing we'll do then is recap. So we'll get this metal cage off, because there's a cap under here, and we want this out of the way anyway. This we can work around, because if you really want to take this out without cutting for any reason, you have to take this off completely. You have to desolder all of the pins, so it's a nightmare, but luckily you rarely need to get under that. So all we need to do is lift this cage out. So it's probably easier to show you this way. We want to fill the connections here with some leaded solder. And we'll get tweezers. I'm not going to try and pull it all off in one. What I'm going to do is warm up the pads and then get the tweezers. See if we can get a good angle on this maybe. There we go. I'm going to get the tweezers in here and see the little gaps there. Where are we? See the little gaps I can get my tweezers under? There. And these 2 pads here, these pads here are the solder the other side. So I know if I put tweezers there and apply a little bit of force, not much, so I'm going to use just probably 1 tip of the tweezer, like so. Getting this in a good position is a bit of a nightmare. And then I warm up these pads with the aircon blowing on them, trying to cool them down at the same time. And I'm just gently bending this as I do it. You'll get the metal cage to move out the way. And sometimes, like on this, it's not moving. So what this is going to be is some of the cages, and of course this one is, you can see that one's shown, but this will be twisted, so it's never going to pull through. So you try it on one, but the solution for this is going to be, I think, some desolder wick. And let's get the big fat soldering tip on. So I'm going to put this big tip on, and we're going to have to desolder wick the cage off, of course. Everything on stream is always the most lengthy versions. So tip swap, giant tip now, this can go straight on here, and we just push down. Because this is such a big tip, this is just going to eat this solder up, no problem. You can see that's completely cleared that hole. This one will be completely cleared, and you can see that one's twisted, so this is why we need to get this off. And lift it out of the way, and you can see there that's got twisted metal. So we zoom in. This is why you can't pull them out, because that's twisted. So you just have to get your cutters on it. Don't actually cut, just hold and then turn it level, and it should level up with the hole, like so. That bit there's solder, so now we can clear off that bit of solder, and this will be free to pull through there. Well, this tip is massive. So there we go. Oh, it still hasn't got that bit. Yeah, it does not want to. Okay, so I think that's a bit of metal, maybe a little bit of that. So we will now try to get the tweezers underneath and pull the cage to see if it moves. We probably just need to warm that a little bit up. I think it's just a stubborn bit of solder there that doesn't want to let us pull this out. Maybe on there. Don't know why that bit isn't coming off. Maybe put a bit more solder back on. I think that's just a stubborn bit of solder. It's like wedged in that hole. And the other thing you can do, to be honest, what I normally do on this is just hot air it off, but because you've got that twist in, as mentioned, you can't really hot air the thing off. Yeah, I've never seen that little bit of metal sticking on before. I don't get why that's on. Right, that should be it should be coming out. We'll hot air the last bit off. What we'll do is desolder wick all of them off. That's the quickest thing. So none of them are twisted, and then we'll just hot air for any remaining bits of solder, because I think what we've got is you'll just get little flecks of solder still connecting to those metal edges, but so long as they're not twisted, so they can pull through when the solder is molten, we will be able to just warm the cage up as a whole and pull it through. So you can see how that's got your twist on again. I don't know why they do this. They really didn't need to secure it this hard. Yeah, and I think that's like residual parts of the metal when you're twisting it. I think it just yeah, that's actual metal, so we'll just have to pull that through and that'll just bend out the way. So that's all we need to do, twist them level. We don't even need to move that out of the way, just go to each point and desolder the large amounts of solder that are on, and then twist them level, basically. And you can see how this tip just eats through that, no problem. Get some desolder wick on. And then, is that just all metal? Yeah, it has a weird shaped metal. That looks like solder, but that's just I've never seen it like that though. It's like got gold on. It's almost as if there's two things wedged in that hole. That is a strange looking tabs these are. Yeah, it's can't make my mind up what's. It's as if there's stuff in them tabs. I don't think there is, like, but they normally just desolder wick through the hole, completely clear, and you can just move the tab out. Like, I think this one will clean up, and you can just nudge it and it'll, like, I think this one would actually clear out the hole as is. But yeah, we'll keep it straight. Yeah, that's good enough. And then you got these two under here, making it look more difficult than it is doing this. This is normally a few-minute job, but it's definitely making this look a bit harder than it needs to be. That one isn't twisted. You can see it's straight, so we don't need to do anything with that. So that's one out of every one we've done that isn't twisted. You know, I didn't even make a coffee or bring drinks in or anything today. I just jumped on stream. Didn't have the parts I needed. Didn't read the order. This was a very well thought out stream today. This is the software I've made. So the green is the battery power of this specific iron. So it actually isn't showing the name because I'm messing with the software as we speak. It's just software I've written and it's not exactly production ready as such. So it should be saying like Luke's Iron, it would have said in there, but for some reason, oh, it says it's at the top in the big one, but in the green it should actually say Luke's Iron, and that's just that's not there for some reason at the minute. And then the one to the side is the tweezers. So it's the greens are the battery levels of the irons, and I've got two connected. So if I disconnected the tweezers, why is this not doing anything? I've got grime on the, oh yeah, I've got it. Right, dirty tip. See, that's the thing with JBC, they will detect if they need to push heat in. So normal irons will just keep pumping the heat in. JBCs won't pump the heat in until they detect the need to. So see how the power, the blue bar, is nothing because we're not touching anything. When we touch, it then pumps the power up. So because the bottom of the iron was dirty, it wasn't putting any power in, so it seemed like nothing was working. But that was by design. That's so you clean your iron and you notice that you know, it's not pumping the power in basically. So you definitely have to get used to how to use JBC irons versus others, because they do work differently in a good way, but you have to get used to how they work. I don't know which way to twist that. I don't know if to go this way maybe. And then my personal preference, I don't know whether the customers whose this is on stream or not, but they can shout up if they do end up going on stream, whether they want this metal cage back on, because I personally don't normally put these metal cages back on, just for maintenance, because this is a job that most people won't want to do with the service in the console, and it serves absolutely no purpose. So putting the cage back on is like a preference for people, really. Do they want that or not is pretty much the preference. So if they end up coming on, I can message them on Discord anyway, they were active a minute ago, and see if they want the cage putting back on or not. So last one. And you can see it travelling up the wick. See here the solder slowly travelling up, and then once it kind of stops, see how it's not really getting much past there now. That's when you kind of know there's not much solder left on, and that's already straight. So now that's good enough in terms of we've straightened all the pins. Because these shields are the pain that they are, this isn't just going to pull off now. So we don't, oh no, we've got one more left here. Let me just get this one. There we go. Forgot the middle one. The key was to make sure we've got new sub goal, 10. I thought we already had 20 people on Twitch. Maybe I've lost all my subs because I don't stream enough. Yeah, I must have. We had like 20 odd subs on Twitch. We obviously lost them all. Yeah, once you've straightened all these tabs out, it will still heat up with hot air the overall board, so that those little bits of solder that are still wedged in between those connections that don't like to come out with solder wick just turn into molten solder. Basically, that's why we warm up. So if we tried to take this cage off now, normally in most designs this would pop off, and see how it's not wanting to come off. So we get the hot air, and we're going to warm up. I tend to warm up the cage itself. People will warm up from the other side. I'll warm up from the actual cage. Now you just got to be aware of everything. There's plastic here, plastic all the way down here. So you've got to be careful where you're putting your heat. There's basically plastic everywhere we want to warm up. So warm the cage up itself. And I've got the tweezers well under. And I'm just going to apply some upward force. We shouldn't need much heat to get this off, and the cage is going to act as a natural transfer of the heat. So if we heat one place up, it should travel to the other parts of the metal cage, and this should come off fairly easily, because there's not really any solder under there. There's only the residual bits left that we had. Let me get as well this before we start. So I've got something to keep it clamped in. There we go. So now I can apply a little bit of force there. Not much, but be able to actually apply some force while we're twisting. So I'm going to twist the tweezers like this way. I'm going to rock it this way to apply a lever force. And you can hear those metal tabs do not want to relinquish at all. Of course, this has got to be one of the most stubborn cages we've had. Like, this does not want to come off. So what is still holding you on? That should be coming off easily now. Oh, we forgot one of the tabs, that's why. I knew something didn't feel right. So that's all that's been held in by one tab that is still likely twisted. I thought something was strange there. You know what? That isn't even twisted, that tab. But there was solder on it, so that wouldn't have helped. So let's try that again now. Wow, this does not want to come off. I don't think I've ever had a cage this stubborn before. Let's try this side. Right, so this side's lifting. Oh, you can't really see that. This side's lifting off quite well. See, that's up free now, as it should be, just naturally freed up from them pads. This one's got one right in between the two plastic connectors. That one's out. that one out, that one out. So you can see it's now coming through there, no problem. And then we'll work our way down. You don't need to put the heat on the PCB, you can just put the heat on the metal cage because there's not really any solder left on the PCB. So it doesn't need much heat to release, and that'll travel through the cage just by warming it up. So you can see now that one's free. And we're just down to these stubborn ones we started with. Can't get rid of this itchy nose at all. So this has been the most long-winded cage removal I think I've ever had on a Lynx. I wonder if one of these feet is still twisted. It's got to be. We have to have either a twisted foot on here or something. Something is not normal there for this to be this stubborn for coming off. There's no way. One of these. I wonder if it's this thing. This should pretty much be falling out now. That one is definitely not a problem. This one looks sus, but even with what we've done, the heat alone should be releasing this cage. There's nothing there. It's like this one is the it's this bit where I said what we've got here is we've got like some metal residue here. I think this bit hasn't twisted when we've twisted. I think that has kind of got stuck, if you know what I mean. I think when we've turned that one, this is part of the actual metal cage, this bit here, like it does not want to. I think we're just going to have to get rid of that tab. This tab's like the hard metal cage there, and that's what's sticking. So, see, it's free completely. There's the metal cage free now. So that one's free. Oh yeah, definitely stubborn. This was a. This is normally, like I say, a few minute job, and as always, everything I ever show off on stream ends up being way longer job. Alright, so that's free as well. So is this one the same kind of thing? Just I think that's got a similar thing there, which again, this has genuinely never happened before, this kind of stubbornness on a cage. These are normally, they're difficult if you haven't done them before. So I normally go ahead and show you how to do them properly, and I feel like this just looks like I've never done them before. So now this should just lift off. I think what we've got is these tabs at the bottom are, when we've twisted the tabs, I think they've slightly sheared and effectively the hard metal has stayed in position. So we're just trying to lift out solid steel as opposed to it coming through the connections. So when this is back up to 10, I'm going to presume this will just literally lift clean out with no force now. You should hope so. Otherwise, something else is going on. There's nothing else left. This should just, this should literally just come free with this little bit of extra heat. I'm going to go from underneath as well. This should not be needing this much heat. Right, that should be fully molten now. Something is not right with this cage bit here. Yeah, that was way too stubborn. I think that's just like got a bit of metal. I think part of the steel's just got deformed in that hole. That's that should not have been that much. I think like this one as well. See how it just doesn't want to come out. I don't think that's the solder. I think that's just purely, yeah, it's just purely like the shape of the cage is slightly deformed. So let's just take a look, because that should not have been that difficult to get out. So yeah, see the, yeah, that's what it's done. So see the little shard of metal there. We were basically just trying to pull out sort of a shark's tooth. It's see that little shear there? That was catching on the hole. So we would, you know, try and pull something through a hole when this is a hard steel cage. But like I said, they're not normally that tricky. Like if they'd just left them straight like this, and all we would have had to do is desolder wick and it would have fell out. But when they twist the cage like this, that twisting is what just ruins your ability to take these out clean. So yeah, that was a nightmare, to be honest, in comparison. I don't know what to do about this nose. Proper itchy. I've had hay fever for days though, but again, I swear it knows when I go on stream it starts making me nose itch more than ever. Right. So that was meant to be a 2-second job. That was a lot of work for that. Let's hope the customer does not want that back on. And then you'll see there's the fraction. There's the fragment of the metal cage as well, still in that bit of a hole. That one isn't. That one maybe is. That's the one that was giving us trouble. See how it's even like started to kink the actual PCB copper, because that's how stuck on it was. It's like it's almost got between the, you know, what it's probably done actually. I bet when they've twisted it, I bet the metal has dug into the inner layer of the PCB. So, you know, this part here, the internal part of the PCB, I reckon when they've twisted that metal, it's been digging into the PCB. So when we've twisted the top, it's still twisted inside of there. I think that's what's happened in this case. It's got done. So now what we want is a recap. Let me see if I've got a cap kit. I think it's the normal one. No, I can't even find one up here, but I'm pretty sure the cap kit for this we've got is currently the old aluminium ones. So we're going to just put ceramics on ourselves instead. So we'll get my just generic ceramic kit. Get these 4 as well. Move this cage out of the way. What I'm going to do is I'll just get the I'll get Zach to build it up. We'll just get the mods on and make sure it's working, and then Zach can do the assembly on Monday. Right then, so we are going to need a kit. Well, we are not necessarily need a kit. I'll just need to use some of the aluminiums on the large ones. And oh yeah, don't let me forget, we're meant to be doing a written guide for the Atari Lynx install as well during this, because we don't have a written guide. That's something people have been asking for ages. So recaps on these, like most consoles. We'll probably take this giant tip off now. Let's get that back to the normal one. Yeah, recap on most consoles. If it's your own and you're not fussed, because a lot of people ask about ceramic kits, like the ceramic kits I make, which is all the new caps now. I've got tons of new capacitor kits. I've got like a hybrid of ceramics and aluminiums. That's a lot of research and looking at the schematics and years of trial and error to make sure things are stable. So I know what caps can go where. So it's not just a blind swap. But honestly, in general, if you want to put ceramics on most retro consoles, if the cap is below 100 microfarad or even 100 microfarad itself, in most situations, you can just put a ceramic on. And the best way of finding out, if it's your own console, just do it and see what happens. Don't bother putting ceramics on above 100. There's no point, it just costs more. So these 470s, we could stack like 6 ceramics on top of each other, but what's the point? That's like £6 of caps. So keep aluminiums for them. But anything less, the general rule is you can swap them for ceramics. There's rarely a case you come across ever where a ceramic can't replace an aluminium. There's loads of rules and there's loads of things in PCB design where you might want them, but honestly, in retro consoles and in general, almost never. So if it's your own console and you just want to go for it, just don't be afraid, nothing's going to go wrong. Just plug it in. If it doesn't work, try aluminium. If it does work with aluminium and doesn't without, then you know you've sorted it. Just make sure you've got a voltage with ceramics as high as possible, basically. So as many ceramics in our kit as we sell, we tend to have the highest rated voltage ceramic that will fit on the board. So you're gaining, because the only benefit of higher voltage is the overall capacitance won't diminish. So if your voltage, if you have a cap that's rated at like 6.3 volts and you put 5 volts into it, say it was 10 microfarad, that would probably end up with about 7 microfarad of capacitance. Whereas if you put a 10 microfarad cap on like this with 50 volts range and you put in 5 volts on, this will still be 10 microfarad. So it just gives it the ability to not degrade under voltage. You don't want to run caps near their voltage rating, basically. So same for this one. We've got 1 microfarad 50 volt, 1 microfarad 50. These are likely going to be the backlight driver, so these aren't even technically going to be used with the clean screen, but we'll still swap them. And to get these off, you'll see I'm just today, like every day, using a different technique every time you see me taking caps off. I'm kind of just warming up from the top and twisting them out with one leg at a time. Like so. But again, there's a million ways to remove caps. You could cut the legs off if you really wanted to and then pull the actual leg out separate. But this is my current technique. I'm going to make a coffee as well. I haven't actually started this stream with a coffee. So let me just go and grab a coffee a second. Hey, I've got the missus making me a coffee. Won't be a proper one, but at least it's a coffee. Right, let's carry on where we were. Right, so those were, I think, these will be the 1 microfarad, yeah. These are for the backlight driver, just like the Game Gear. So we'll need 1 microfarads, wherever they are. Oh, thanks for the follow. So I've got another tub, 1 microfarad, there we go, 100 volt, 1 microfarad. So these will do for them. And again, I've said it about 4 times, but do not let me forget when we start doing the clean screen install to do a guide for the wiki. But to be honest, the Lynx 2, it's still worth doing, like a written guide in a sense, but the Lynx 2 is pretty much just a plug-in, you know, you don't even need to solder it. So the guide is going to be fairly simple, but we'll still do it. People still want the written side of things. So on here. That's on there. And it looks like my software's working again for the iron. At least it seems to be not killing my mouse. Mind you, I'm not really moving my mouse. Yeah, but I had to do some patchwork on the software. Thank you. There, nice fill it over. Afternoon. I went out last night. I was working till I think 1 in the morning last night on some software stuff. I took Rusty out because he doesn't leave me until I go bed. He stays up like a trooper, but he was asleep but chilling with me, and he hadn't been out with the heat for a walk all day because it's that hot. So I took him out the back garden at like 1 in the morning, and I've got like artificial grass at the back, and I went walking just in me socks on the grass, and then went to go onto the tarmac, and in between the grass and the tarmac we've taken out some fencing, and a giant either field mouse or rat or something, it was pitch black, I couldn't see, ran under my feet. I absolutely shit myself. Just forget that there's wildlife out at night. Just a big brown fluffy ball. He looked a bit big though for a field mouse. I think it was a rat, honestly. I don't know what else it would have been, but ran under the artificial grass where because we've taken a fence out that it was wedged under. It's open at the minute, so like going underneath is partially hollow. Oh wow, I can't get over how itchy this nose is. I don't know what's going on. So itchy. Right, what other caps have we got? We've got the inductors here. We actually need to remove one, so I'm not going to remove that yet because that's part of the install guide for the screen. So there is a little bit you have to do. Actually, yeah, you do. Well, you don't need soldering because you can cut the inductor out or cut the trace. I think it's this one you remove, or that one. No, it might be that one. So even if you didn't want to solder, you could cut that out, but we'll get to that. This one is 10 microfarad 50 volt. Wow, now I've got a look, fly. You can see them on the camera. It's getting good. They love my hair. Stupid blue bottles. I'm getting attacked today. This one's a little bit tight to get the iron in. So this one I'm probably going to use that little stump. Yeah. Oh, yeah, beard. That's what it'll be. This, yeah. It's like, it will be. It's like tickling my nose. Yeah. Beard problems. It's like I say, I genuinely just sit all day and don't talk, so I don't normally get an itchy nose. And then when I come on stream, when I talk, it's literally me, my beard itching my nose. It's like ridiculous. Oh, well, that's way too speedy. How do people deal with beards and not get itchy noses? And that's literally like, it's itching like there, but it's this, isn't it? It's like literally. Never had a stream where I've spoken so much about an itchy nose, but it's driving me mental. Every like 5 words I want to scratch my nose. So this one I'm just going to heat up from underneath. There's no plastic around to really be bothered by too much. So just a bit of a heat up. Grab on this, and it shouldn't take more than another, I'd say, few seconds, and this one should come out fairly easy. You kind of feel them come loose right before you pull, because they aren't twisted. That's the only good thing on this Lynx. They aren't. They haven't twisted the legs of the caps. They've just twisted the metal cage. I'd prefer the caps to be twisted over that metal cage. So that one's clean out, and that's a. Did you say 33? I can't remember now. 10, 35 volt 10. So 10 50 volt is fine. So that's then overrated. So solder on one side, to make a bubble. And then we get the cap. Solder it on that side, let it cool, and then you can go to the other side. Oh, it says, and do a poor job. All the solder disappeared through the hole. There we go. So even though these pads aren't technically made for ceramics, that's why the solder was basically falling through to the other side. It was like filling up here as opposed to staying on top. These still work perfectly fine. They're nice and easy to solder and they work fine. These two big ones, I'm going to do a similar thing. We will go to here. Get hot air, and these will be just bulk capacitance for the board. This is just for power smoothing. Yes, camera's always in the wrong position when we're being left-handed. I'd have to do this for you to see. You see, they basically just fall out. There's no, don't fall on my knee. There's no like resistance. You just, when they're ready, these just lift out. Like so you don't want to go pulling too hard, as always with them, because you'll rip traces. And then on this, I'll keep it in this. Adapter, and what we'll do there is just let's desolder the pump, why not? Let's mix it up a bit. We'll put a little bit of flux on, and then I'm just going to, oh, that cap started leaking. Look there, that's the perfect see that dark green around there? That's that cap actually leaking, so we've caught that just in time. So we'll go with the iron. Oh wow, this is the, oh no, it's the genuine one, but clogged up. Let's try that again, because my desolder wick was full of flux. My desolder pump rather. So warm that hole up. Pump. Yeah, this V is destroyed. There is no V here. Yeah, that's not going anywhere. Try this one. Wow. There we go. What's going on with my desolder pumps? I've got one really old, proper engineer one, but it's had some serious field time, so it doesn't work the best. And then I've got this new fake one that's not as good, that doesn't even have, oh well, these are both terrible. Really need to buy a new desolder pump. Alright, let me get some new tubing on this fake desolder pump. I should have just stuck to the normal plan. For the 1 and 2, we're actually going to be doing both. That was just I figured I'd just put that as the title of the stream. I suppose it's which one people prefer as well. Like I didn't have a Lynx as a kid. I pretty much had Game Boys for the handhelds, but I'd say there's pretty much an even split on what people prefer. Between when you ask people did they prefer the 1 and 2, I think a lot of people prefer the build of the 1, like the build quality of the 1, which there you go, look at that. That V is just destroyed. A lot of people prefer the build quality of the 1, but I personally much prefer the 2, working on the 2 and the visuals of the 2 as well. But I think the 1 is probably, again, the one that people have memories of. That's probably why they prefer it. So if you ever have to a reason for why you recap things. It's to stop this happening. So all that around there, if we were to grind it down and get rid of this dark green. So this is all copper around here, but you can see where that dark green is the rot. So you always want to remove the rot, really, because it can still spread even though it's on the board. If you've got any of that dark green, that can still continue to rot away. So grind that away and expose that. And this is just a power plane. This is the 5-volt power. Well, it's the positive common power plane there. So it'll get connections from top and bottom, no problem. But if we check the other side where it comes through, you can see we just need to desolder wick that, I think. It's the only thing we need to do with that. Just clear that little... Well, we don't actually, we're going to put a cap through. But now I'm here, I might as well do that quickly. And this dark green makes it really difficult to see the traces. So I think I did. Which one? Oh no, I did it on the SNES. I sanded down a SNES that has this kind of really thick green coating on, so you can see the inner layers. But I think there's board scans of this Lynx already. There's quite a few people that have done board scans of them, if you wanted to see through for the traces. But trying to do it visually by eye is a nightmare because they just put this extra thick layer on, so you can't see anything. It's like no need. You can see the trace there trying to run underneath, but it just makes your life a lot harder when you're trying to repair stuff to sort of see through that. So we have now these two off, which are 470s. So we need to put some 470s on. Clean up this mess here. Morning, welcome in. Just doing... I'm knocked off now. Just doing a recap on a Lynx 2, a clean power mod, and a clean screen mod. And then we've got a Lynx 1 in that was working, I believe. Well, it's a weird one. The customer said it was working, but it wasn't. But then Zach's done a recap on it, and it's worked. Then it's put the clean power on, and then now it doesn't work. So it's a bit of an intermittent one, like working, not working, working, not working. So I'll look at that after this one, basically. Oh yeah, the clock cap on the Xbox is one of the worst because they always leak, always. Even if they're not turned on, when the mains is plugged in, that's getting power. So they're on 24/7 basically. They literally run the entire time they're on. Right, 470 caps I need. Oh, nice. See, I've never done the SM Tendos. My ones are mainly... I've got these Larvanes. These like... I think they use the original PPU inside. Like this is just the acrylic protective coating on. I mean, the problem with these is they look nothing like the original. So you don't really get the nostalgia with this. You just get the function and the fact that it's genuine. Like, at least it's a real NES. It just doesn't look like it. So if I peeled this off, just to give you an idea, you should just take the screws out to peel this off properly, because we're going to have loads of little bits of clear plastic showing through now. But yeah, you've got like the original CPU or PPU. I think the CPU is original, and the rest is obviously new. You've got HDMI, you've got Sega Saturn, S-Video out, USB power, switches for color palettes and options, and your power and your reset. But this basically works with, like, it's a genuine Japanese NES. So they're not necessarily cheap, but I just liked them. They were just, I mainly brought them so I could originally sell them, but I've got them bubble wrapped in here if anybody wants them. I've got like brand new ones, say like 50 quid, and then you can just use this adapter that you plug in. So you plug that in, and now you can put English games in or American games, and you've got a NES. You know, you've got a real NES. It just doesn't look anything like a NES. So that's the only thing with them. But that's what I've got for a NES, basically. Like it's called a Lava NES, which they now sell as obviously a separate kit. So you can get a Lava NES RGB mod, but that's the console. That's like the original inspiration was that console. We've just had a SNES in as well, completely fake. So somebody had sent a SNES in for just a DC jack swap, and then we've opened it up, completely fake. See if I can get the picture up. I kept looking at it thinking it definitely doesn't look right, and I'm like, there's no branding on it. And then let me pull up my screen. So yeah, that's the NES, the SNES we had in, and I'm like, at first I was like, well, the board's very green, and then I was like, hang on, there's no Nintendo branding, and then I was like, looking up here, I'm like, yeah, they're blank chips, and then I looked down here and I thought, well, hang on, you've got your CPU, your two PPUs, what the hell's the fourth one? So obviously, when you look at it now, you're like, oh, obviously fake, but it's in a genuine SNES shell, so it's actually in an American SNES shell, real. So from the outside, when the customers booked it in, it's obviously, completely genuine, looks normal, and he just thought he was going to have a DC jack installed. And then as soon as we've opened it, I've given him a little bit of a refund, like, because we still had to do the work, but he hadn't paid for diagnostics. I was just going to do it as a favour, just fit him a DC jack barrel by swapping the whole backboard out. But yeah, totally fake. Now then, I didn't keep an eye on polarity on these things, and these are a pain to remember. Which one is the ground? So let me just test, because some of these it's actually got a plus on there, got a little silk screen there, because you can get the Atari Lynx as a common positive, not common negative. I think it's the one, the Lynx one, where the big shield and all the metal that you'd see, what is typically ground, like all this around here on the Lynx one, is the positive, not the negative. So you always have to, when you're working on Lynxes, you always have to kind of think about it and not be so sure of your ground point, because they're not always the same as the other consoles. USB mod, single chip SNES 2. What's the USB mod on the Atari Lynx or the SNES? That doesn't even go through that deformed hole in a minute. There we go. So 2 fresh caps on there. Probably go to this view a bit zoomed in for doing a recap on. There we go. The SNES USB. So yeah, there's not many out. Somebody asked that the other day on the Discord. If there's a USB for the SNES, which it's pretty much was, bar the Xbox original and PS1. It's probably the next highest recommended or requested clean power, but I haven't had time to design any new hardware for a while, other than the clean screen that was needed, obviously. And then as I was about to design something else, I had to jump on the clean juice AAs as we were running out of clean juice. So I've just been chasing my tail. Every time I'm about to design something new, I have to invent new hardware for the hardware that's running out. It's like chasing my tail at the minute. Oh yeah, the website now as well. I've written all the code, so finally, let's go on Retro 6. Let me show you something in a minute. So if you now go to anything, let's go to, I don't know, chuck one of these in the basket. I don't know. Well, yeah, sorry, let's chuck one of them in. If we then go to the basket and check out, I've now, let's put my email. You'll notice the shipping now, estimated 1. Once we put our address in, this now talks to my server and calculates the price. So you'll see the, well, it still says estimated if I broke it. It'd be a perfect show off. No, there you go. So now this comes from my server that calculates all of the postage, the real postage now. So as we go to the basket, this is then talk to my server, giving you the address you've just entered, the items in your basket, and it calculates how much profit we're going to make on that order and gives you a discount based on the profit we'd make. So the more money we make, the less money you pay on postage. That's how it works. So you can see that it's knocked off £3. That's mainly because this GDMU we make nothing on, and this is just a £12 chip. So bad example, but normally a £200 order, if we make good profit, you'd be paying no postage. So everything you do, like if I go, say, to here and remove that, let's put something else in that makes decent profits, like a cap kit, say. Oh yeah, and we ship everywhere now as well. We ship worldwide. I'll still exclude Brazil and Mexico because they just never get there. But we now ship to Canada and the US as well. Why did they implement the e-commerce? This is Equid, but a lot of it's my code. So the shipping stuff is my code, and you can see now the shipping's now £2.80, and we've saved £1 there. So all it's doing is applying real world profit. So if we make enough profit, you don't have to pay. You don't have to pay extra postage. So we lose money. We don't have to do this. It's, we could charge you the postage. That's literally what it's going to cost us. We're going to just give you money off the order, basically. But I just thought that was cool. This shipping method now is in the back end talking to our real order system, which I've made as well. So when your orders come through, it's all correctly calculated. So if I change this to the US, I don't know where it is. Well, anyway, if you did that anyway, if you changed it to the US, you'd find out that it would offer, I think Royal Mail still has to be DDP, but we can now pay your taxes up front for you. So if you wanted to import from us to another country and you didn't want to get random taxes, then there's options now for Denmark, Luxembourg, Germany, and the US. There's a DDP option that pays all the, like, it calculates the taxes up front and we pay them, or well, you pay them at checkout basically, with our discounts, and you won't get any import tax. So you know exactly what you're paying when you get it. So that's just one of the other things I've been working on. Right, where are we up to? We were still recapping, so we've done them. We have done all them there. So we've got one down here, one little sneaky one. So let me show you the other technique. I've shown you the soldering iron. I've shown you hot airing. What about if you just want to cut them out? So you can move this out the way, get your cutters, and you can just snip these if you want, like so. And then you can choose to remove these legs or just cut them flush and solder straight down. You don't even need to remove the legs if you don't want to. There's more chances of you ripping traces if you're not confident versus cutting caps out. That one is a 10 marker farad that's been chopped through, which wasn't me. That's actually already got a mark on. Oh yeah, the DDP stuff was impossible to do with Equid. I've had to heavily integrate it into the back end and the website and work out all the fees and all sorts. But now I've done that part of the code, it allowed me to finally enable the DDP option. So we've now got shipping back to Canada, which is the main one everyone was missing. We zoomed in, there we go, zoom out a bit. So if you wanted to remove these legs, what I'd then do, you don't have to, but put more solder on. So, melts, and then you try to grab with your tweezers the leg and lift it out while it's molten. And then there's the leg. So you can pull the leg out that you've left, or you could honestly just leave it in. It's your preference. Oh yeah, I use the least amount of software systems being a software dev. The only time I use systems is if I just can't be bothered to make my own, or a system's just good and simple and I don't have to think. Whereas at the minute, my own server is insane at the minute. I've got absolutely ridiculous amounts of self-hosted websites and systems now. Internal tools, apps, websites. But I suppose when you're self-hosting, there's no extra cost either. So you tend to not even think about deploying a new application when it's your ecosystem and your entire hardware. So there's zero cost involved. And deployments are nice and quick. Like anything goes wrong on the server, it's my physical machine. I can go ahead and sort it rapid. I've only just noticed on TikTok, I have a eGate PCB that don't work. Unfortunately, we don't work on anything other than what we have listed at the minute because we're just too busy, basically. Yeah, 6OS. I did. Did he ever make? I made something called Lynx OS years ago. It was pretty much just a heavily modified Linux kernel running on some Samsung hardware chips. I think was it the Exynos or something like that chips. We got first samples of them under like an embargo and an NDA and stuff. I was a partner with them in one of my last companies. Well, they invested in my company basically. So we were dealing with. We actually had. I don't know if I've told you this before, but BGA memory, as in like storage. Hey, welcome in. By the way, the Game Gear stickers came in. Well, you know, oh yeah, that's one of the very popular sellers. Yeah, there was BGA memory for what's now probably been in the phones for probably 10 plus years, but back at the time when this was, I got to. I've probably still got them in a tub somewhere, you know. I better have, you know. I got the samples of Samsung's first ever multi-layered BGA storage chip because what we were making was like the world's smallest computer at the time. So we were working with them to get access to the ports first, and they give us access to these BGA storage chips, and I actually put them on and have a work. Well, I don't think I've got the physical hardware anymore. I'll have photos, but I did successfully make the world's smallest computer on your wrist. I think it was at the time. We did a little baby box, like a little cube that looked quite sick, and then we turned it into being that small. It was just a big fat watch on your wrist. So it didn't look the best, but it was an entire Linux machine with Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, everything. Yeah, I think so far looks like it's fixed. I've rewrote the entire Bluetooth stack, which I wrote the Bluetooth stack really good, I thought, and I got all unit testing built in. I could hammer it through the CLI and it would never fail. That's a 2.2. But then, where's my 2.2s? It would randomly just not connect and cause the Bluetooth to crash and stuff like that. But I was like, but it doesn't do it through the CLI. It ended up being not necessarily. I've redone the Bluetooth stack anyway now, so it is a bit clearer. But it just ended up being some issues with the Electron app and the binding to the actual UI. So it was just hammering the Bluetooth too much. The discovery was working to find ions all the time, whereas now, once I'm connected, it doesn't bother keep trying to discover ions, which was a big thing. I think if you keep Bluetooth actively in discovery mode and you're constantly searching, which it does in the background anyway, but this was like constant, plus heavily reading off multiple ions, it was just destroying the Bluetooth. So, but a lot of the issues, as I was going to say, were actually the way it was bound to the UI. I'm more of I like C# and MVVM, and you know, all features like that. Whereas on the app for this, it's an Electron app, so that it can be a browser in OBS. So I've used like TypeScript and stuff I'm not as super familiar with. Oh, YouTube featured, nice. So yeah, long story short, I've rewritten the way the Bluetooth works now, and I'll tell you, let's prove if it works or not. Let's have a quick mess with it. So this is the software. If I pick up the iron, so you can see I've got the iron in my hand. The bar graph is a nice visual. This line graph, the blue is the amount of power being pumped in, which is the most useful thing. And if I pick the iron up, you'll see the blue one matches that. So this blue bar matches the big bar, if that makes sense. Because that's, in my eyes, there's no point showing you the iron at 350 degrees, which is this red one, because it's almost always the temperature it should be. That goes into sleep now, but showing the temperature isn't very meaningful. Whereas if I were to, say, flip this over, pick up the iron, and we can probably do like that and that. Say I pick up the iron now, and I'm wondering if a connection's going well. This is going to heat the iron up, and now look, the power, which I think is more important, has dropped. So now you guys see a nice, smooth blue cold thing, but the iron's still 350, but what does that matter? The iron's not doing anything, it's like idling. Whereas if I then touch a thick plane like this, see the power pumps in, and you can see it's only gone halfway. It's not even struggling with that. But this bar graph of power is way more important. So I'm doing a little join here, say. Just put some solder in. You can see it gets up and peaks, and you see that what it does is it rises, then stops. And then when it stops, that's pretty much when you can take your iron off. So if you watch it again, rise, stop. And when it drops, you've been on for too long. And see how that was bubbling? So you get used to the prediction that rise, let go, and then see I've let go just in time before it stopped itself. So that's how I kind of use the graph if I want to. There, come off. And you know it's like a perfect gauge. And then if you really wanted to be analytical, you could show the graph, which is there. So I can leave the graph on as well as having this on if you wanted to watch it on stream now and kind of go through the solder joints of reflowing, and you can see both the power and the temps. But I just find the temperature is pretty much pointless because it will always sit. What I found with the JBC, it will always be the temperature. It's perfect. It like never fluctuates ever. So the temperature thing wasn't really worth showing. Whereas the little bar graph is. And then when you're not soldering, instead of having this graph all the time, I made it just fade away. So it's like nice and discreet. So a lot went into this, like a hell of a lot. Obviously, it's only for my stream, but it would be cool for JBC to maybe use this officially. If I told them this is way better than theirs, quite frankly. I can click in here, see, and then here's all the discovered irons. I can connect to the tweezers, so I click connect. I can then have multiple connected. And if this works, because like I said, this is there you go. Now we've got tweezers on screen. And then if I go back to this and now pick up my tweezers, say, here's my tweezers, because the tweezers are hot. If I now dual wield like a madman, we can be tweezering over here, we can be melting here, and you guys can just watch the craziness of multi-handed soldering everywhere. And you can even have 5 connected if you want. That's how confident I am in the software. So we can go, let's open up this, and let's connect to these 2 nanos. So I've got 2 more nanos here. That one comes on. This one needs a quick enable in there. So we got that one. I think Zach's is still on. Dropping the lid. Now I've got 5 JBC irons. Let's connect to all of them. Connect, connect, connect. And then if my software works, which is the thing I've just said it does and should be awesome at, we should see all of these appear in a minute. Or I'll kill my mouse with Bluetooth again, because this is a lot of info for the iron to have. Right, they're all connected now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's see how long this UI takes to update. There we go. So, oh, it's updated for me, not on your screen. Let me refresh the iron 1 second. Can I just hide and show it? Reconnect. Well, I'll show you on my screen anyway. My app, look, they're all there. All 5. But I think there's still a bit of work to do, because look, that's like sitting there. That should be like actively showing your stuff, and it's kind of froze. So my little show off works in one way, but 5 irons at once trying to talk to each other is probably a bit too much. It should work. I've had it working with all 5. I think it's just got a bit glitchy on here. There we go. Look at that. Hang on, we've got 6 irons. No, we have 5. There you go. So 5 irons. See if I pick mine up. Yeah, it does not like doing 5 irons over Bluetooth. But let's disconnect a few then. Disconnect the nano, and that nano, and that one. But you get the idea. No one's going to be using 5 irons. This isn't designed for like somebody inspecting, inspecting what you're doing. It's for you using personally. I probably need to know. Zac iron. We don't need Zac's iron. And to be honest, I don't need the tweezers either. I can disconnect the tweezers again. There we go. And then show them back, and they should reconnect. There we go. And then what? Yeah, so works much better now. I can just disconnect and it starts working. But once I connect 5 irons, that gets crazy. What I'd probably do if I wanted that to work is it's probably more so the fact that every iron is being polled 10 times a second. So that would be 50 Bluetooth polls a second and 50 UI updates and stuff. It's probably just more so. It could even just be the UI events. It's not something I've spent a huge amount of time debugging because it's just for my streams, and we don't get that many viewers. So it's like, at what point I invest my time into that software is just more casual. But it is cool. Like people do. Everyone that sees it thinks it looks nice, which I do too. That's like, again, why I made it. I thought it was cool. There's nothing better than some decent UI on the screen. Right, this little baby one is a bit of a pain, so gate and view for you. This one's like right next to all the plastic. So I'm going to get the tweezers behind there, warm up here, and lift that leg up a bit. And then I'm going to go to this leg, he says. Lift that leg up a bit. Like so. Oh, my camera's even glitchy now. And then lift this one. And I'm going to try this time to get the leg all the way out, because once you get near the end, you don't want to pull it partly through, because then you can't warm up the pad as easy. So that one should now lift out, I think. And see how he's awkward. He's like still wanting to hold on for dear life. So then we'll come back this way. Full focus. And we can now get our iron underneath to lift it off from this side. So there's that one. And it's tricky because it goes right, literally, into the plastic, basically. So if you're not careful, like I'm pretty sure I haven't got any marks on that, but you can very, very easily melt this plastic here because it's right on it. So that one's a bit of a nightmare. If you're not confident with that, I probably wouldn't even swap that one because you can't use hot air in this area. You're going to melt stuff for sure. So I'd leave that one, and if you weren't confident doing that, you better having a slightly old cap that's not going to leak much versus a ripped trace on your board. I can't even see. 4.7, right, I that one is. See, I told you I'm much slower on stream. I've been going an hour and a half, and I've taken a metal cage off and not even finished a recap. This is like genuinely a 10-minute job off stream. I don't get it though. I don't get why I'm so slow on stream. I don't feel like I'm slow, but obviously I spend most time itching my nose, to be honest. I think it's gone as well now. You know, the itchy nose, it's just completely gone. No idea. Maybe I was allergic to not getting enough coffee. I didn't start the stream without caffeine. That's probably what it was. Right, 1, 2, 3. And these ones, let's show you another technique then. The final technique of removing caps. This one is just going to be hot airing them off. So let's show you hot airing them off completely. And this is probably the way I would have got them off if I wasn't streaming. So let's get them. All these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's just quickly take a look at what they are. I'm going to memorize them. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, there's 10. But I'm not going to do these. I'm not going to do these 4 by the wheel because I don't want to melt the wheel. But we have what do we have? I'm on old man eyes, I can't see. 10, 10, 10. 1. So the 2 at the edges are 1, those 3 are 10. And that is 47. So 47, 1, 10. That's all we've got to remember. Oh yeah, I am going to bake that UI, and I'm in the middle. Well, I was in the middle of making overlays. I know I've made obviously this iron overlay. I've made the multimeter overlay that I don't use yet. I still need to get that back on. But I was making the chat overlay and alert overlay, and then we could have all custom side quests and everything. It'd be pretty cool, to be honest. You could even have like a little super chat or gift donation thing, and then once it's full, we get the side quest. Otherwise, you don't. Could be one of them streamers. Right, so 47, 1, 10. And you can do these from underneath, or you can do them from above. It's kind of... it's not necessarily preference in one way. It is in some ways, but there's also a decision to make sometimes. If the boards are delicate, you don't want to be keeping heat on them for long. So I'd go above in that instance, because above is better for quickness. But when you go above, you've also got to bear in mind that you can blow the caps up, because you don't want to just go like this on the caps, because this is going to go bang. If I left that on like another 2 seconds, that would just explode. So above is faster and better for delicate boards, but below is safer if the board can handle the heat. Or you can do what I'm doing here, which is just a bit of mixing it up, going, below and above, and doing like a kind of a mix, basically, of how long you're above or how long you're below. Milton Bradley Microvision. If at most I've maybe worked on one. I've worked on some things I've worked on, and when you only work on them once, you don't even remember them until you see them again. I think if I pulled up a picture, I could probably tell you if I've worked on one. I know I've worked on quite a few of the old computers, and I wouldn't necessarily always remember. I'll pull a picture up in a second and see. The name kind of rings a bell, but whether it's just from somebody asking, I'm going to take these ones off with heat. So if you take these off with heat, if you've got plastic here, don't say I'm going here. Don't put the heat under that basically. What you want to do almost is put your finger there, and if your finger gets hot, like there, my finger gets hot, move it away. So you want to keep the heat, even though these caps are close, don't go under them caps with the heat. You want to keep the heat pointing away from the caps, because the residual heat will flow backwards this way, basically. So never go close to plastic, and even if you try and get caps off near the plastic, it's fine, but just don't go under the caps that are right by the plastic. You don't need to. Residual heat will flow. So I'm just staying, you can see how I'm well out the way of there. It'll just take a bit longer to soak through, but we should be able to get these off with heat as well, without going by the plastic. But these are probably where I would say, if you're not confident, use your soldering iron for things that are close to plastic. But when you've been doing it long enough, you can do that, and you'll have no issues, basically. So let's do the famous last words check. But there you go, and that is perfectly clean wheel. And that we haven't actually put heat on the top, so see how there's like a little bit of roughage there. You'd say that's normally heat damage, but we haven't really put any heat on top anywhere near here, so that's probably just like scuff. But you can see the heat from underneath hasn't done us any issues on the wheel whatsoever. So the wheel's perfectly fine. No meltiness whatsoever. And that's because I was keeping the heat. If there's the pads for the caps, these two, then I put my heat at closest. I'm pointing like here, so it's a good half an inch away, I'd say. Heat plates are good, yeah. They take a lot longer to do the task. So speed-wise, that's why I don't bother using them. But they are good for nice professional removal. Right, these are 220. And these are 47 as well. So let's see if I can remember all that in my head. I'll remind you now, so at least you... Oh, that fly's back. I can see him. Stupid fly. Right, let's go for a memory test. We have 220, 220, 47, 47, 47, 1, 1, 10, 10, 10. That's what my memory says. If I'm wrong, that's what's going on. I actually have all these on my wiki if anybody wanted to check. But I'm pretty sure that was right. Bear with me 2 seconds. Right. 220s we can't do, 47s we can in ceramics. Let's get them on first. So we want 1, 2, 3 47s. So that's this one. Oh, miles down here. Oh, the irons are... Oh, I've closed my iron software. I forgot it has to be running to actually work. There we go. When I was finished showing it off, I turned it off, and there we go. It's the only thing when your software is controlling your actual soldering iron and you close your software down, then your iron stays off because my software turns it off to save on the battery. Did you ask about that aircon as well that I noticed on the chat, or did I read that somewhere else? But yeah, the aircon. I think you're in here, aren't you? Anyway, Big Row. We've found it. It's actually on. Actually, I might have had a message and forgot to reply as well. It's on a third valve, so that the outdoor unit's got like 3 ports, and we've only got 2 units. So there's a third port that's obviously just blanked off. It turns out that it's been leaking out of the third port that isn't in use and shouldn't even be enabled. So when you're stress testing it not turned on as such, it doesn't leak because the third valve is closed off. But then it must randomly at some point just enable that third port, like whether it's a maintenance routine or whether it's a periodic thing that the aircon does to randomly just open the port to make sure there's no airlocks or something. I don't know, but that's why it like works for weeks and then randomly just completely drained all pressure. So it looks like it was just the third port that was unused is where the leak is. But the kick in the balls is the aircon I've got is an R410, and to regas it is £1,000 in gas. That's without the labour. That's how much the gas has gone up because it's an old gas that they're trying to phase out. So it's still going to cost me over £1,000 just to refill it with gas that leaked out, which is unfortunate, but that's what it is. That was 47. These 2 were 1s, I think they were. I knew you were going to do that. You're either trolling me or you did really hear. I was like, it's silent. He's either purposely going to say he's not there an hour later or pretend he didn't hear. Yeah, so just explain the whole thing. Basically, on the outdoor unit, there's obviously it's a 3-port, like a 3-unit unit, if that makes sense. Whatever you call that, I don't know the terms. The indoor units, you can have 3 of them connected to the outdoor one. We only have 2, so the third one that's blanked off is obviously just blanked off. Turns out it's leaking out of that port, but for some reason, when you pressure test it and it's turned off, the third port is closed, or I suppose it will be, so it never gets detected. And then when you run it up, that third port shouldn't open because you're not turning on a third aircon that doesn't exist. But I think the software must have like a maintenance or a periodic cycling that when it's been running for so long, I think it just cycles all the ports just briefly to, I don't know, check that there's no excess pressure, or something must happen where it randomly opens that port. And even though the port's got a blanking plug on, it's like a cut pipe and solder jobby, so it's been leaking out of there all the time. So that's why none of the pressure tests caught it. And like I say, it isn't just, I'll get a photo up, it isn't wide open, it's literally sealed and doesn't look like it's leaking, but it obviously must. Where's my stream? Get my photos up. Right, so Rusty in the heat yesterday. Little chilled out. Look at that back leg. just chill. He's too hot. He's like, get the aircon working. And we can fix it. So I've got photos around here somewhere. Oh no, there's a squirrel basket. I always forget what I'm doing when I start looking at Rusty pics. I don't think it was that long ago. Where was it? Was it before I went away then? It must have been. I think it was right before I went away. Rusty. Chill boy. Where on earth is the picture? You're looking for an outdoor aircon. Well, you can clearly see all I have to do is take pictures of Rusty. Yeah, Rusty's 12. He's 12 in September. Look at him. Oh yeah, he's like, what are you doing looking at me? I swear it wasn't. Oh yeah, that was when we had a decent amount of orders on a Monday. That was me teasing packers that they've got a lot of work to do. Where is this picture? I must have. It's never that long ago. May. Can't have been that long ago. No, it definitely wasn't. Yeah, that's me. One of my favourite pictures. Food. Right, we've either missed it or I've deleted it and sent it the aircon dude. I might have to get my phone. It'll just be showing the UV dye where it's leaking, but I haven't noticed it. In fairness, I wasn't looking. I was looking for Rusty every time I saw him, so I probably scrolled straight past it. Where is it? So I could have sworn it was before I went away. So maybe it's not. Maybe it's just when I got back. Right, that's taking pictures of the warehouse. No, I must have deleted the pictures then. Hang on, there's more here, maybe. It's only going to be 2 pictures. No, that's a new picture. It'll be on my phone then, so it's not that. Let me get the picture. That's weird, because maybe I just deleted them. There we go. So, that's on my phone. Probably. There's where it was filled up. I think that's why there was a bit of fluid there. That's where they put the UV dye in. And then, there you go. That's, again, they think that's just where, I don't know, they filled up in both, I can't remember. He said those two are normal. But then I saw that on the floor. This is me with me big UV touch. And, or is it? Oh no, that's the one it's leaking out of, I think. That's the unused port. But he filled it up in that one, that was it. So it filled the dye up there, so that's why that one's covered. But then it's leaked out there clearly, and that is the port it's leaking out of, just a blanked off port. And you can see it's a blank. And there's, like, it looks fine, but it obviously isn't. So that for years has been intermittently just making the aircon die, basically, and then I have to pay money to get it fixed, and then it lasts a few weeks, then it dies, then summer goes, and then I don't do it till next year, and it's like a vicious cycle. So hopefully it's coming tomorrow, and it'll be done for the last time and stay working, I'd hope. But that's cost me some money. Right, what are we doing? See if I've still got good memory. 220s still need gone there. They're 47s, they're 1s, these are 10s, I believe. So we need 1, 2, 3. I think it was 5, wasn't there? I swear there was 5 1s. Oh, we've put some on down there already. No, they weren't 1s. 1, 2, 3. Okay, well, there's 3 left. They're the 10s then. I thought there was 5 there for some reason. 1, 2, 3. Gas in the aircon's still better than propane being used today. Yeah, I'm sure it. I actually, when you could, me and doing everything, when you could legally do it yourself, about, I bet it was 15 years ago now. I fit my own aircon at one of my other houses. Obviously, I do plumbing, gas fitting, all that good stuff. So, technical wise, not technically difficult. I got all the flare kits and all the pressure testers and all that. So I basically fit aircon in my first house. But that's where I learnt the hard way. It's not the same as soldering or plumbing, because when there was a slight bad connection, and this was when I was brazing fittings as well, I think it was, I'd got a bad connection in the very corner, in the loft, in the corner where it goes down to the aircon unit. So it went up into the loft, over and then down to the edge of the walls. Of course, on one of them bends, it was working fine for, I'd say, a year or so, and then I don't know whether we had work done or whether it was just like abrasion against the edge of brickwork or something, and it wasn't covered. We've got a minor leak up there, so me being lazy probably couldn't be bothered to vac the system. I was like, I'll just braze it. I'll just blob brazing right over that, get it sorted. Turns out a propane torch on a leaking aircon unit in a loft in a corner is not what you should be doing. So, of course, I braze it away. Get the blob of braze on. That makes the hole bigger. The gas squirts in my face, completely vacates my lungs of oxygen. I black out, fall down the loft, whack my head, stand up, and turn around, and I think Zach was there or Brad was there, and I'd got a big line there of blood where I'd headbutted the opening to the loft, fell down the ladder, stood up, and I was like, oh, what happened? And then they just burst out laughing, because that's what I'm like. I just clumbered out the loft, fell down it, and just got this big blood line across my head. But it basically just completely sapped the oxygen out of my body. Probably a lot more dangerous than I thought it was, but yeah, that was because I couldn't be bothered to vac the system, and I was like, yeah, I'll just braze a blob over that and we'll be fine. So it's a good job they brought in the rules that random geezers on YouTube can't do their own aircon, because you can self-teach yourself a lot of things, but I guess some things I'd probably have killed myself before I'd learned enough to do it professionally. But that's most people have been more cautious of doing stuff like that. I kind of just go at it. Right, so have we recapped now? Is that like the world's slowest Lynx recap? I think it is. I think that is all done. Finally. So yeah, that took way longer. I told you. Streams take forever for me. Caps can now go away. 10s are meant to go in there. Yeah. Oh no, actually we need 220s we haven't put back on, because we need them juicy aluminium ones. Oh, nice. Yeah, you got the full works. You've got them basically. I'd say this is my collection of personal game gears at the minute. I haven't even bothered putting lenses on them yet. You're going to have like that, I'm guessing, the nice one. Then I've got, this is partially for testing, partially for me. So that's a re-PCB, maybe 1 ASIC. No, that's a that's a re-PCB 1 ASIC. And I've got the purple, which I bet on this camera doesn't quite show. So yeah, that doesn't quite show, but on this camera, purple. So I've got the purple, got the sapphire, and then I've got clear black, which on that camera were we on? No, we were on that one. That's the clear black. So that's an original. I think that's the original 2-chip. That's the re-PCB 2-chip. That's the... I'm confused. Anyway, I've got 2 originals, one ASIC and 2 ASIC, and then a re-PCB with a 2 ASIC, and I haven't built up yet a 1 ASIC with a re-PCB. And I need all of them because, of course, every single version, 1 ASIC, 2 ASIC, and whether they're on the re-PCB, which has got cleanest video signals, all change the timing on the clean screen slightly. So I have to have every single version, so before I push an update, I can check that it works on all versions. So it was a perfect excuse to have 4 Game Gears in my collection. Right, 220 wasn't it we needed? So we're going to do 220s. Were these big or little? They were, in fact, on them I'm actually going to do what I said you can do. I'm going to stack. Because of the room, I think the caps I've got in that kit are too big. I'm going to double stack 100s. And that's close enough. It's just for the audio output, that is. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I think if I put my caps on, it's going to be they're going to be too tall for where they're going. So last bit, re-PCB random noise at boot. What, just like an initial sort of pulse of noise and it goes, or pretty much on a re-PCB the only noise you get, especially if it's just randomly at boot, it'd almost definitely just end up being soldering on the ASIC, or a slight short, or a slight pad lifted. Yeah, slight noise like that. Yeah, I'd say, to be honest, if it's random and just ground noise, sounds almost like maybe bad. What's your power board? You've got the Clean Juice AA, the Clean Juice LiPo. What else do we do? We do the power core. That's normally maybe something partially shorting briefly when you turn on, so it causes inductor whine. Clean Juice AA, it's probably just weak. What that'll be, almost definitely, because I want to improve that, is your AA batteries, even though they look like they've been perfectly fine. The ones we've obviously had made, I think that, well, they definitely are. They're slightly different size. I think they're a little bit thicker than most other AAs, so they're quite tight in the battery compartment, but they're also slightly shorter, I think. There's something with them where they don't quite seem to follow the exact same shape as like Duracells. We could probably find out in a minute, another side quest. So on the next batch, I'm going to ask them to alter the size. Oh, my solder's disappeared through the other hole. So what you'll find is basically if your battery springs aren't really clean in the back of the Game Gear, or if they're slightly bent in, you want to bend them back out. So you want to, and what that's going to be doing is it'll be the AA batteries are barely making contact with the Game Gear springs, so this becomes a high resistance point. Oh no, I think they're thicker this way, but shorter this way, I think. Let's side quest it a minute. Zoom out. Zero that off. Let's see, Duracell. So Duracell 13.99, so 14 mil, as good as. Ours. Oh yeah, ours are 14.3, so they're 0.3 mil thicker. The cell, and that'll be our nice super thick wrap that I demanded I wanted. So it was quality. This is like, you can actually, in fact, you can kind of feel the wrap is thinner. So the batteries are, I don't know, they are taller as well, but that's with, yeah, so I know why. See the Duracell, how the bottom sticks out, whereas ours is flat, and this hasn't got much of a lip. Has there been changes on with 12 that would make your battery tutorial navigating page not work anymore? Not if you stick to the same version, but there's been an absolute ton of changes. Or is this on something I'm doing in 12 already? Batch process. I don't think batch process is using 12, is it? So I'm about to release it live anyway, like the real application's coming out. So just DM me on that and I can check probably. I'll be doing batch process this week. But yeah, 12 is massively different. 50.3. So what's that? Yeah, they're wider. So they're just 50 point. So it isn't the length. It's got to be then. I think this is the core thing. I think that being stumpy and this being flat, I think that's the main culprit. I think that's the, and obviously we want these to be slightly thinner, but this is so we can get the maximum, because you can only normally get like 2,400. So this has got 2,500. But that'll be the issue. So if I get, I think all mine run. Oh no, I've got one with the Clean Juice LiPo and I've got this one with the Clean Juice AA. So the issue you'll have is these not making contact. So I don't understand how, when obviously we've just measured them, but it is the case. Like this circle doesn't make contact with that very well. Maybe it's because if they don't sit down in there, that little bit extra. This obviously the spring, it can't be that because the springs push on there. But it's these that don't make good contact. I know it is because I've done it myself. I have to roll it around. But for some reason, these bits don't make good contact. But you can see them up in the air almost. So I think it's just, I don't know, they're pushing on it, but yeah, they're not making good contact, and they all look the same. Let me try a Duracell. Let's see, that goes in way easier. So I think it's just that little bit of extra thickness is the main issue. But yeah, the long story short, going around in circles, wiggle your batteries about or take these out. And what you want to do is put tweezers in between there to like do this and bend that out a bit. And now when you put that in, it'll be tight, but it's going to make better contact. And what it is this doesn't make good contact. It adds resistance between here and here. So when the Clean Juicers try and start up and send power fast, it's current limited by this resistance. So then the inductor coil winds until it manages to charge all the capacitors and then it settles in. So it's 100% going to be the battery. So I can guarantee you that. I can probably even cause it to happen on this thing. Of course, we've got a game that doesn't make noise at the startup because I've got the splash screen on, so we're not going to tell. I've got a game in that makes no noise. Yeah, so can I make this really bad contact? No, I'm not going to be able to simulate it, but it's definitely that I can put money on it that's your issue. But unfortunately, mine has been cleaned and serviced and it's brand new, and trying to get that to not be perfectly contact, I'd say that's your issue. If not, it might be you've got a faulty Clean Juice, but I don't think we've had a faulty Clean Juice AA yet. They're fairly new products, and I don't think we've replaced any of them yet. The only thing people do, which is due to obviously the documentation and the last version I made, is you can't use the Clean Juice AA without batteries, which I'll try and improve on the next version, just because of how the charger shift works. So by design, but I never give it any thought. but then as soon as you try to use it on bench, which people are used to doing, it works if it's not heavily loaded down, basically. So kind of a quirk there. Oh yeah, that'd be true for the volts drop, but this is going through a power board which regulates that voltage. That's never seen by the console. That goes through the clean juice itself to output 5 volts and the other voltages, but that is true if you're just going to put straight batteries in the console. The AAs, there's a few reasons. One, they're much more stable and good technology for long-term storage. So in retro consoles where the batteries are sitting for a long while, nickel metal hydrides last a lot longer. They don't leak current, they're way less on leakage current. So if you leave a LiPo in a cupboard for a year, it'll be flat. Hence why if you don't use a mobile phone for a year, you come to get your old one out, it's usually flat. Things like that. The nickel metal hydride batteries, you can stay fully charged for years and not leak anything. You can sell the clean juice then all around the world without people having to pay the shipping for the batteries. And they can use whatever brand they like. If you want to use Eneloops, you can use Eneloops. You're not like tied to our brand. Loads of reasons, really. The only downside in one way is people need to get used to the fact that the way these charge is they charge warm. That is literally the battery chemistry. It's normal, and that's what it does. But yeah, people think when they feel heat, because LiPo's getting hot is not normal, they panic. But nickel metal hydrides charge warm. That is what they're meant to be. Like, they charge on the verge of hot when you touch them. But that's just more of a people getting used to it and realising it's safe kind of thing. That's more of like a shift in expectation, I guess. Right, so we've done the recap now. I'll just double stack those. I didn't finish double stacking them. And then we'll do I think I'll leave, I don't know which way I'll do it. Because what time are we on? I'm not going to have time to do both, I don't think. I don't know whether to do a tutorial for the clean screen. Probably do a tutorial for the clean screen, maybe. And then leave the clean power for Zach to do. I think that's what we'll do. Because the clean power's got a written tutorial, whereas the clean juice hasn't. It's got just a video. So I think we'll do the install for the clean screen and make a wiki tutorial while we're doing it. So the USB recharge the AAs. Yeah, so the clean juice AA recharges the AAs. The power core doesn't. So we've got 2 versions. That's how you stack caps, by the way. Nice little. I want this camera to be autofocus. So there's the double stacked caps, and that'll just now give it the equivalent of 200 microfarad without taking up too much room. Oh yeah, that was mad. I think since we've had that issue with you having that issue, we've had quite a few people do exactly the same, and that's one of the first things I say now. Is just like, yeah, make sure you got batteries in, and it always ends up being the same thing. You can see the clean juice in the corner, just hanging off a USB port. I'm like, you're not using batteries. Yeah, so the clean juice AA charges them. So the point of juice is meant to be it's power. It charges batteries. Anywhere there's a juice in the name, it's because it charges something. So it's meant to be like a mobile phone. You have a battery source and a charger. A clean power is meant to be something that just regulates the voltages, typically internal power regulators. So like on the Game Boy, the clean power is the internal regulator. On the Game Boy Color it is. On the Game Gear, the only one that's like a twist in a way was the Game Gear. That's why I kind of made a new version and called it the Power Core, because the clean power is all about being an internal voltage regulator. The clean juices are the external power supply that's typically charged, well, always charged. That's the point of the naming. Power is generating the correct power rails. Juice is giving it the juice. There's another one where we said the other day that they didn't look very well on, slightly twisted. Right then, so we have clean screen install time. Voltage, audio pop is not a voltage spike, that's the after effects of a Class D amplifier, and it's literally called Class D pop, and it's just the way that Class D amplifiers work with square waveforms. So I mean, it might be partially related to stuff like that, but Class D amps will always give a pop, and it's when the inductors are collapsing, they raise the voltage to try and maintain the current, and the extra voltage doesn't get filtered on Class D amps because it works on infinitely sharp square waveforms. So they treat the voltage spikes off an inductor as audio noise, and that's what it's literally called, Class D amplifier pop. It's like expected. Clean screen. What are we doing? I need another coffee. Let me get the wiki up, and we'll start to make a guide. And I will get a coffee. Right, back in 2 seconds. I'm going to make a proper coffee this time. That fake one doesn't do me any good. There we go. Oh, accidentally won the auction. See, I've actually just had to buy a few satins. We've got a couple of Prestiges coming up, and we had loads, but we've sold them over the time now. Got none left. Oh, it's been a proper coffee. Right, clean screen. So let's start a guide. I can't even remember myself how to do this. YouTube. I'm going to watch my own video because I genuinely can't remember. I think it's this inductor we have to remove. That turns out I'm live on YouTube at the minute. Where am I even going? Videos, search, links, clean screen. Why have I got two videos? Did I actually separate them? I thought I did an install video 3 years ago, 1 year ago. Did I do two videos then? No, that's like a quick TikToky thing. So it's this one. So we pull up this like that. So we have. This is funny. Me watching me on how to install my stuff. That's how little I can remember. The only difference in this kit is we have new black bezel. Can't add just add an edit to your wiki. Have you got that? This link's to you. I know I started to add support on the wiki for people being able to edit and have drafts. Was that not where you're meaning? Because that's one thing I was going to add that I haven't finished yet is like subs can edit the wiki, like propose edits and stuff. So the system's in there, but I can't see it showing up. That's too light. that's black coffee. I think you may be thinking about the creamer on the top. No, the 5 volts on the Neo Geo Clean Light, it's actually because the level translator from 5 volts to 3.3 volts. I've used a chip with an extra digit in because they were out of stock when I come to make them. They didn't have the level shifter in stock, but they had a level shifter with just an extra digit in. Turns out that was a hold circuit that requires, I think, 500 microamps, and the internal 10k pull-up then only can do something like 50 microamps or something. So basically, it's because of the level shifter that was out of stock. So on the next hardware version, I just change that chip for one with a different number, and then you don't need that resistor. But for now, we've got to basically put that pull-up resistor on. That can't be gotten away with for now. Right then, so we need two. Oh, and that's the white one, which will be changed for black. This is going to be old. Let me see if I've got a black one for the photo. We don't want the wiki having already outdated info on. Yes, there we go. So that is, I think, the correct one, yeah. So this will be on the wiki now. We have a ribbon, and a board. So we'll do a photo of this. And then we'll do this guide. So let's do this together. I've got a new section on the wiki as well that I'm going to try to start organizing. So you can see here now, instead of everything just being in repair, I've now made one that says install guides, which you can't see on the vertical. So on here, you can see now I've separated repairs and installs. So install guides now has all guides that aren't anything to do with repair. They are specifically to do with, I'm going to change this theme so it's dark. Oh, look at that, purple. Yeah, the install guides are specific to installing things, not repairing things or, changing things. It's literally for that. So in here, we will want a Lynx 2 we're on. I'm going to start a new one. Oh, not rename that. We're going to start a new subpage. and this is going to be clean screen V3 install Lynx 2. I didn't get the Lynx 2 right. It sometimes does. Lynx 2, and it didn't put clean screen. That dictation didn't do well this time. It normally does. It gets that because it's in the dictionary. Let's try again. Clean screen. Nope, it's decided on stream it's going to not do it correctly. Right, page. Add to that. Lynx 2. Right, we've got that going. So what do we do here? We do a photo maybe. Let's start with that. Let's go to there. Oh, that's not going to be zoomy out enough, is it? No. So we'll have to do a guide like this. Could maybe get it fitting in some fashion, but no, it's like that. That's your kit, and zoom out. That's what you should have. So screenshot this, hide the overlay a sec. Oh yeah, the discount. Don't give me more discounts, or I'll be buying more as well. You keep reminding me of that. I'll take the Bambino away in a few days. That will be there. That's it. So that's that screenshotted. And then for the guide now, we need where do we? I can't even think of what to start with. To install the clean screen in a Lynx 2, can be a solderless install if you want it to be, although we recommend using a soldering iron to remove a few components instead of cutting them out, and you can solder the backlight wheel in for adjustable brightness. Start by checking. See, wait there. No, I'm going on screen. Look. It's done it right this time. It wasn't being videoed on stream, so it obviously got it perfectly right and Lynx right. We've just said clean screen V3 install Lynx 2. It got the Lynx 2 wrong and the clean screen wrong, but then when I've done it without the camera looking, it spelt it all right. Right then. Start by checking your kit that you have everything you need. It should come with the clean screen board, a flex ribbon that connects the data signals and power to the console, a white FPC ribbon to connect the buttons and power button, an IPS screen and a 3D bracket. My itchy nose is back. See, I put the aircon on to kick in again, and now the itchy nose is back. I am thinking it's just it's a little bit of hay feveriness. And then it's done clean screen wrong there. See what I mean? It's been recorded. Wasn't recorded. You heard me saying it. Spelt it right. It's been recorded. It spelt it wrong again. Definitely does it when it's being watched. That can now be pasted in there. Da-da. Right, what's next? Let's watch my own video of what to do. I think you just have to remove one component. It's pretty simple. We don't need to remove the cage because we've done that. I suppose we could fit this into the shell first, maybe. Oh, what was the notification thing I missed there? This is me showing everybody as usual how to do everything so people can copy my work. Blah, 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 blah. Right, there you go. Yeah, so we remove that one. So what we want to do is go here, here. We've got all the kit now, we've screenshotted, and we want to remove this thing. So I want to zoom in on that. And probably do a before and after maybe. So let's hide that out the way. Screenshot that. This is definitely the only way of doing wiki guides in future because I never do them otherwise. Removing the high voltage inductor. Let's make that a header 1. Checking the kit. Just making some headers. So we've got checking the kit, moving the high voltage inductor. the first thing to do on the PCB before any install is done is remove the high voltage inductor. This is the inductor closest to the large rectangular transformer. That can be that, and then we shall remove it. Oh, my iron's turned off again. Yeah, so I haven't closed me. I've been way too efficient on my software. I forgot in the Bluetooth. If I don't keep the Bluetooth window in the foreground, the Bluetooth goes into like a sleep mode to stop hammering the Bluetooth as part of my attempt to get it to stop killing my keyboard and mouse, but that's no good when it's on stream. I'll have to disable that. Or I'll have to give it an option, toggle option, because actually it doesn't even need a toggle option. The only point of this app is to be for streamers. So there's never going to be a case where... Oh, I'm warming up the wrong pads. There's never going to be a case where you want it to have to be on screen to work. So that's why it keeps randomly, when I wasn't looking, kept randomly failing. That's a simple thing to fix. So to remove this inductor, when you actually warm the right pads up, that's all I do, and then da-da, even lands upright. So then we put that back there, and we can show off that out of light, hide that, screenshot this. There we go. Oops, I forgot to paste the first image, so now I'm going to have to Control V and paste the other. Oh, don't tell me I haven't. Lucky there. There we go. So we have this now. Remove the inductor. You can see it there. Then you can see it gone. I think that's clear enough. Like, it's kind of obvious. And on the Lynx too, it's always going to be L17 actually. This will be labelled L17. Not AL. Stupid dictator. I swear, if it's been recorded, it goes rubbish. Right, that's that. Right, let's make this a call out actually. A danger call out. If you don't remove this inductor, there will be 400 volts floating around the system, so be very careful. Hey, welcome in. We are mid-wiki writing stuff. Right, that's that done. What's next? Inductor can go in the bin. Go back to my own install video. Why not? Because I'm pretty sure that's all we do. And what am I doing there? What am I saying? Why am I pointing to random wires? I think that's an old... Oh, I'm just explaining why I've got random wires. Oh, I'm talking to myself. You can't even see what I'm on about. I'm watching the video, talking to myself. I was here, like, pointing to random wires on the video. I'm like, what am I doing? I think this was just me bypassing the 5 volts or bypassing the power system. And I was explaining why that was in there, I think. Test the system, I suppose, is a good thing to do as well. Basically test that you still get audio. And then that's just fitting it in a case, which we can come to after. So all that's useless. Yeah, still fitting it. In fact, yeah, kind of isn't pointless because there's nothing else to do on the board. It's all plug and go, really, until the end if you want to solder. So yeah, let's maybe do it that way around. So now we'll get the customer's front board. Here's why it's a good way to do the wiki, because this will be what people deal with to start with, so we might as well show that this has to be taken off first. There we go. So this will now be just them 4 screws, isn't it? So if we screenshot that out away, move that on. Oh yeah, I'm only cool because I'm on the the stream. My software workroom has the aircon screwed again. All the gas has leaked out. It's hopefully coming tomorrow to fix it. So I've been working in there for days and absolutely boiling. But in here, I've got nice working aircon, so it's nice in here. Right, this will be, I guess, fitting screen, I guess. Shell screen fitment. I think that's a good title. H1. So in here, if you have the original screen installed, which I presume you are talking more like a fucking boot now. Let's do it again. Escape. First, we need to remove the original screen from the front case. This is held in by 4 small screws around the silver plastic frame of the LCD. Unscrew them with a posi screwdriver, and the original screen will lift out freely. I nearly said ta-da then and forgot that it would end up in there. Posi, now isn't posi a Z for posi screwdriver? And it's a capitalised, isn't it, technically? And to be honest, they might not even be posi, but if I'm wrong, you guys can tell me. They might be JST with the rounded bits, but everybody knows what you mean if you say posi. I did remove the screen from the front case, blah, 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 blah. So we can paste that in, and now we can. I don't think I need to highlight the screws. I think it explains it well enough. It's them 4 screws. And then we can do a photo of that, like so. Capture, and then there. Go back to there. Paste that in there. Da-da. What's next? Now we just pretty much fit the bracket. And which way does the bracket go in? I can't remember. Talkie. Right, so slide bracket in, yes, faster. So ribbon hangs out, comes out the bottom, cool. So what is this? Shelf screen fitment, right, so we can carry on from here. Next, take your IPS screen and 3D bracket and slide in the IPS screen so that it locks into the bracket as shown in the image, with the flex ribbon coming out the top side. Crosshead, you think? I think that's American-y. I think crosshead is definitely an American-y term. But then again, I think posi is an Englishy term, isn't it? So, crosshead screwdriver. Next to IPS screen, 3D bracket, slide to blah blah as shown. Back to there. So I think that's kind of okay there. We don't need to show the whole thing going off. Hide that Chatterman. Show that. Now we show that. Now flip the screen over and have the ribbon of the LCD coming out at the same side as the button ribbon of the shell. And press fit over the existing screw posts. This should press fit firmly and therefore shouldn't come out. However, if you find you want more security, you could use glue, epoxy, or similar. There we go. So you can see on this, these brackets, the ones I made, that is not coming out. That's like perfect design. You know, it's not going to come out, full stop. You can obviously push it in and tack some glue here, which I normally just do. Just put a little blob of hot glue. You don't want epoxy because it's permanent. But if this is going to be chucked around in the post and things, you could glue it. The other option is when you put this board in, what you can do is, I can't remember which way around this goes in, but whichever way this ends up going in, yeah, I genuinely can't remember which way around this is going. I think it goes in there somewhere. You can put like a big wad of, it's that way, isn't it? There we go. You can put like a big wad of foam that pushes it on here and there. So it's like a literal, you know, mechanical security with no sort of adherence. But honestly, just a little blob of hot glue if you ever want to get it off, that cracks off cleanly without leaving a mess. Whereas epoxy is permanent. But it is literally, that is not going to come out unless you really drop the device. But I always just like that extra bit of security anyway. So now I'll have to show that off like that. Screenshot again. And then on the guide now, we have, so this is why people prefer the guides. You can scroll through at your own pace, quickly read, or just look at what's going on. And again, this is like, makes the streams even longer, but this is also something for me specifically. It is for my actual products, isn't it? So after that, we then place the PCB down here, like that, and these holes, it goes like that. These holes line up with these holes there, so you screw that into that, and that keeps the clean screen secure. So that goes, where are they? There. Yep, so basically perfectly over there. And that's one thing that this kit appears to be missing at the minute, which I didn't think it was, is 4 little screws. I haven't seen that come in this kit. Oh, no, those screws are, oh no, have I chucked them? They are the 4 little screws that come out of here, or are they them? No, these are the wrong ones then. Yeah, I thought they were them, but they are the ones. I could have sworn that was what I did on this one, but they're obviously way too big. So this kit is meant to come with, have I chucked them in the box? It's actually missing them screws, that's not it. I don't think we've got any spare to just chuck in. Yeah, because this is obviously meant to be secured to there with screws. And if I say it comes with screws, which it should, I don't know what people have been doing there, because that definitely used to come with the screws. Let me get another box in case it just happens to be one with them missing. Nope, they are missing from that kit. I wonder if at one point I've redesigned these holes. Because, I mean, none of them holes have got a problem. That if you can thread this through, the holes are like, there's just nothing but ground plane around them. So if you could actually get them screws through, it'd be fine, but they are way too thick. I wonder if there's revisions with thinner screws. So that's just going to have to be double-sided tape for this one. That's not ideal, because then the kit doesn't come with everything. I'm surprised nobody else has complained of that. We sell loads of these and no one's mentioned that. And so I'm going to use double-sided tape. It's just going to have to be one of them things that people have for now for the V3. The V4 is coming out soon anyway, so... next up, either use 4 of the screws that come from the LCD if they fit through the holes of the clean screen. If not, I just recommend using some double-sided tape to secure the clean screen to the LCD bracket. You'll find the clean screen is the exact same size as the bracket, and it wants installing so that the clean screen writing is upside down compared to the LCD ribbon. Then we will clean screen board connections. Make that a header. This will be a screenshot, so I'll probably show me applying some tape to the back of there. Maybe just like that. People have been asking for this guide since I made the Lynx, and I've always just pointed them to the YouTube. And now we're about to make a V4. There's going to be a written guide for the remaining 30 units we have in stock. It's the most pointless guide to do, to be honest. I don't know why I'm doing this. It's literally getting replaced for the V4. Oh well. At least you guys get to see how we make the wiki guides now. I can go in there, stick on there. That's all secured now. To be honest, yeah, I bet most people have just literally butchered the screws through. But luckily, like I say, there's actually no issues doing that in theory, because the area around those screw posts have absolutely nothing, just ground plane. Why clean screen, not McWill? Just ours is better. McWill's very, very old and outdated by now. I don't know whether he's done any new stuff, but you don't tend to get much from it. Plus, that's what I do. I make hardware and I enjoy it, so I enjoy making it as much as I do selling it. Probably more so making it. Right, we've got that screenshot. So next up, we need to connect the ribbon up. So probably do a close up of this maybe, because some people might want to know how you lift the bail up. So maybe a little picture like that. Screenshot. Maybe a picture that way, because I've got to use my other hand. Oh no, that nail's cleaner. Got to get that tiny bit of crap out my nail. There we go. Yeah, we just literally said that about the screws. They used to come in the kit, and obviously the thing is as well, what I don't get with this, the factory have changed this. So see these dots? My design was never with dots. I always flood fill. So they've changed the design for some reason. I don't know why, without telling me. Because I noticed these dots and I was like, I definitely never fill my ground planes like that. But the design is mine. Everything is there. But they've gone ahead and remade it for some reason, like redone that ground plane. Maybe they were having like warping issues of production. So I think when they've done that, they've made them holes smaller, because we've never had screws because these 4 from the screen kit used to fit through. And I think they've remade this board and made them smaller. That's the only explanation, because, well, we'd know actually if we looked at the video. Let me just jump over to the original install video. That's how we'll know. There you go. So using the original screws. And if we can see that, can we see that? It's hard to tell, but look how the ground plane doesn't have dots. So there was a perfect example. Look down here, this corner, when it reflects there. See that reflection by my logo? Smooth, no dots, big holes. So they've changed, like the factory have changed my design without saying, and made these holes smaller and put all these dots in. So that's my excuse. Well, it's not an excuse, it's fact, but I never noticed that. Like I think it can only be the latest batch, because nobody's really complained about that fact. But the screws should fit through. That was the point of me designing it, so it didn't need screws. And now the factory have changed it, but it doesn't matter, like I say, because the V4 will be out soon. So next, you want to lift the bail on the LCD connector. Insert the LCD ribbon into the bail, using your fingernail to push the ribbon all the way in until you feel no more movement. And then, while holding it in place and keeping it inserted, fold down the LCD connector bail. Right, and I think that's it. And then if we go to here, you can see basically what you want to do is, this is what I do with my nail, is basically I'm pushing on this metal here to, I'm pushing on the rim of this plastic to push it in, like that. That's how I'm doing it. So how I best kind of show that, I don't know. Kind of I don't know whether show me gripping it because you can't tell, or just kind of show it where it's inserted, because that's where it's inserted up to, really. That's like the length. So I think I'm best just showing that, because that's ultimately the position it should be in. And then latch it down. Paste. And screenshot again to show that I'm still kind of holding it in place as we insert it. This is the most detailed wiki page for, like I say, an end-of-life product that's about to get replaced. So that's now got sort of the bail up, that inserted, and that locked in. You will notice you will still see some of the black plastic on the LCD ribbon protruding from the connector. Roughly, you should see slightly less of the LCD black plastic than you do of the height of the actual black bail, if that makes sense. That's how you know it's fully inserted. And that's that. Now, this is one thing I don't like at the minute. Our replacement button ribbons, if you're using one of our membranes, don't use them at the minute, use the original. If you need to, if these are worn out, just get scissors and snip the end, like just the bottom end where that's up to there. Like, I could get it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like there. So you snip off that little bit of worn in a straight line. If you find the ribbon isn't good. I'm remaking our membrane ribbons. The pitch on our membrane ribbons don't fit very well with most Lynx 2s, because there's two versions of pitch. And of course, the one I made our membrane off turned out to be a rare Lynx version. So if you do that and you have a clean screen, you can end up with issues because the pitch of our membrane going into here doesn't work right. So this is one where I'll show this as well. This is a technique. Let me get a screenshot first. Like that. Maybe. Next up, take the Lynx membrane itself, which is the green and black ribbon coming from the front board for the buttons and power. Align it up with the slot on the clean screen, and it's a firm press fit into the black connector. The best way to insert it is to try and get the ribbon in an arc so that you can apply some forward pressure on the hard white plastic underneath. That's a better image there, I think. There we go. And then you basically, what I'm trying to do is get this white plastic. I'm trying to get my finger on to push on that white plastic, basically. Ah, yeah, you might be lucky. Like I say, we've sold the membranes for years, but I know for a fact now, after looking, that there's a few Lynxes with different pitches, and the membrane doesn't work on all versions. So if it works, it's great, but otherwise you do. I've stopped recommending it from now until I make the next version, because so many people were getting the other version of Lynx. It took me ages to realise what was going on. I couldn't understand why it was working for me and not for others, until I finally found out it was literally Lynxes have different pitches, basically. Alright, there's that. So now I can screenshot that. Once the ribbon goes in, if you push firmly, it slides in significantly, and you can tell it's locked in strong. That's that. Right, so we have, let's get out of this closed up view a minute. We've got the button ribbons for the power, we've got the screen now. The last one is, well, there isn't a last one, there's this. which will go into here and then back into the original slot like a loop by. And then there's this that connects into the bail here. So let's do that. Take the white and blue FPC connector with the blue face facing up and insert it into the top bail in the same way that you inserted the original into the bottom. And then take the orange flex ribbon with Atari Lynx clean screen written on and insert it into the small FPC connector, bearing in mind that this time the bail is on the opposite side of where you insert the cable. And then I think I can just do a screenshot showing that. Like already inserted, surely. I don't think we need 2 screenshots to show that. It's pretty obvious. So maybe like that. Do we think? I think so. I mean, if you can't follow this guide by now, but you've followed a video for years, then I don't think you're going to struggle, to be honest. And then next up will be just deciding if we want to connect up the brightness wheel. But I want to kind of leave the brightness wheel to last because you want to give everybody the install guide without soldering first. So we'll jump that step and test it. So we're probably going to need the rear of the shell. Oh, 4 rear screws. Right then, so we now insert this into there, I think. No, we don't, do we? It goes in the front. So we don't need the rear shell. What we do now is we keep the cables out the way and we just insert that there. But I'm going to just... What am I going to do? I mean, to be honest, this isn't going to go... I'm not going to put the glue on there, to be honest. It says rock solid, that isn't coming out. What I'll do is, if we need to, is I'll put that bit of foam on here so it presses against the clean screen. So when that's in, I could always put something in between there to wedge in at some point, or I could even blob a bit of hot glue in the corners. But for now, like I say, it's rock solid, so I don't think that's going anywhere. Plus, actually, the reason you don't, saying that, yeah, no, you would, because that's just the internal way. Yeah, you'd just blob a bit of something, like I say, on here if you really wanted to lock this in, but it's like I can lift the console up with it. That is not going anywhere, so just overkill, I think. Oh, I know one thing I would mention is I've put some extra tape on this ribbon. It makes it a lot easier when you're installing this, because this is a small ribbon. People tend to move this and this comes out, and once you've started ragging that connector a bit, it's going to be loose. So this is something I'd recommend. It's not strictly needed again. This is just an extra recommendation. Makes it easier. And that is to use a bit of electrical tape to lock down this connector. Just to take, it's like a strain relief is basically what you're doing here. Yeah, every single Lynx, every single one made, the clean screen works with. So I'd tape You don't want to take too much because it needs to flex, you know, out, but you want to get that on there like so. So it doesn't need to be the neatest, and it just stops you tugging. You know, it's not going to stop it if you tugged hard, but just generally moving this around now, it's not going to come out of there, basically. No, not remove the screen protector, but what we normally do is Zach will take this front out. In fact, do you take the front out? Yeah, takes the front out from here. See how it's coming out there? And he removes the film from there and then puts this back down. That's how he does his lens drops. But let me double check how we get the front out again. Yeah, it's clips there. So see them little clips there? That bit and that bit. But I should probably mention that on the guide. And that bit there. So the way you'll get the front out is pushing on these clips in all four corners like this. So this is easy to get the front off. And to be honest, I'd probably recommend this. So let me just screenshot this, because otherwise you end up with finger marks all over the screen. So I might as well show you how we do it instead of just saying we do it this way, but then not showing a guide on it. So I'll show like a tweezer like that. I'm just on autopilot because I know when we install them that this is, you know, this is how we do it. So there's a screenshot. Let's make a guide at the bottom. Removing front lens and cleaning screen. Or in fact, no. Final lens drop. That's what we call it. Hey, welcome in. Just making the wiki guide for the install. If you left the screen protector on the lens because you are removing the front cover on the final step to remove the lens and clean it that way, now is the time to remove the front lens. Push on the 4 clips with tweezers to pop out the front lens, which you guys just heard but haven't seen because the wiki's open. So showing there, pushing on that, and then basically this just literally pops out. So now the front lens is out and we can get the screen protector out. So this I'll probably show. We've got random bird. How did a bird hair get in there? That's got to have been in there since the 80s. Which way up is that? That way. So I can kind of show it like that as a screenshot, maybe. Or holding it like that. Alright, paste that in. Now we can gently remove the screen protector from the LCD, working in a dust-free environment as much as possible. I like to do this by getting tweezers on the very far edge of the LCD to get the tweezers underneath and lift up the screen protector. Do this with one hand. There we go. Oh yeah, we've done the Lynx one for a good while. I think it was the second one we ever did, and then now I can show it kind of peeling off. Oh, lens peel. Gonna have to screenshot it, then we'll do a satisfying lens peel. Paste in. So this is what we do. We go along here. If you pull off that side and then lift out so that bit that's about to rip doesn't rip, you get it off in one clean piece. And now that's stayed as clean for as long as possible. And this goes back on. So I'm not going to do the lens drop because Zach will do it again. I'm just going to cover that back up. But you clean this as much as possible. I think you can even polish these really. You can just get a plastic polish on them. And I might even try it on, like if I've got one spare, I might try some plastic polish on that to bring it up, but that'll just go back down now, and then you've got your screen in there, obviously. So that's on there. I don't think we really need to show that, because we'll show that at the end when it's working. Like, there's no point just screenshotting the front, because that's just what it looks like. Oh shit, I left the voice dictation on. It's read all that out. Is that this? Let's go take it up. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the dictation's weird today. It's even putting I with no capital. Strange. What else is there now? Now feel free to clean the insides of the lens cover before clicking it back down. So now we've done that part of the guide. So lens drop, do all that, pull out, click in, and then there'll be a final image at the bottom. But now in between that, we'll jump back to where we were, which is here. That's all the ribbons. The tape thing, do we show off, because it's just a recommendation? I could just screenshot that, I suppose. But this is just so you've got a bit of strain relief on the connector, so I suppose I might as well while I'm here. One recommendation would be to apply a little bit of electrical tape on the smallest ribbon closest to the connector, just to add a bit of temporary strain relief while you are installing. Otherwise, this can easily pop out. There we go. Is that done? Now we have connecting it up, really, as the next thing. So this is where we place this down. Well, I suppose we could connect up. I don't know how far I need to go to say to connect the speaker, but I suppose we've come this far, we might as well say how to connect everything. So I'd have, in fact, what I used to do is use the back cover like that to rest that on, like that, so this doesn't fall. I think that's how I did it. Doesn't seem very stable. I remember doing this. What did it? There you go, like that. So that's my kind of rig to keep it in place while we're connecting. Like so, and then you can work on this without it falling over. So we connect that up. In fact, I'll move that out of the way for me using it. This is sort of the position you want to work in. These connectors you want to bring forward. So we probably want to show this in this position, because this is a kind of a key detail of where you hold it. Ribbon connections. It's a new header. Now it's time to connect all the ribbons up. Hold the motherboard in the position shown. Reconnect the speaker. And then we will reconnect the button ribbon and new Lynx clean screen ribbon afterwards. With the button ribbon and LCD ribbon, pull out the black plastic connector to expose a visible set of pins. Notice in this image, the button ribbon, you can see the pins with the connector pulled out, but the clean screen connector below is still pushed in. Insert the button ribbon into the, in fact, let's start that again. Insert the new white button ribbon with the blue side facing up, through the hole of the connector and pushed in until you see it go to this exact position as shown, with a small amount of blue still showing. Install for the clean power. I thought I did. Did I only... It's just funny, I did an install video for the clean screen and people want a written guide. I did a written guide for the clean power and people want an install video. This is why it covers both, really. But we should really dedicate... I think we should just do a stream on a wiki install guide so that we have a natural, you know, single video on one topic kind of thing. I thought about that the other day. And then we push that down, so now it will just be while you keep the ribbon in the same position, then push down the black connector into position to secure the ribbon in place. And then do the same for the Lynx clean screen orange ribbon. This time noticing on the clean screen ribbon that you have to forcefully push the connector in until you see hardly any black sticking out. Oops, wrong chat. What's your total install stream for? Yeah. To be honest, we could do a really long stream at one point. Do something for charity maybe, and just you can sit and watch me just working for forever. As guy for the theme park just does. I know, yeah, we've literally installed one yesterday. 2 yesterday. No, 3 yesterday we did. Is one still here? Or is it gone? No, yeah, we install them, and every single time I say, we need to take a photo of that USB, and then I just don't. And then I've got to do one on this, so I'll end up not doing a photo of it on this as well. Alright, now we'll lock them in and do a photo of those positions now, I reckon. So that's how they should look, basically, when in. So that's all 3. Oh yeah, we should. I tell you what, we need to donate it to. People need to donate coffee, or to coffee charities. That would be my charity. And here is the final installed, clipped down positions of the connectors. Okay, that's all done. Yeah, we'll have to do a... Well, I don't know how to do them, you see. I've never been good at anything like that. We'd have to plan it out properly, and I can... Because you don't really do much for the charities, do you? Just jump on stream, put it on to support them. It's all about that. And, you know, from my side, as long as I set up links and stuff, it's just jump on stream, isn't it? And talk about it, which is no different than doing a stream for me. So we might as well do some charity stuff. Right, the one last thing to do on this to test is flick the backlight test switch on. There we go. So on is up. So we want to move that up. Like so. I'll probably take this off just so you can see the switch better. And then we'll do a photo of this. So this is now backlight, isn't it? Backlight control. I suppose now we might as well show the flick switch and then we'll do the install properly anyway. For the backlight, you have 2 options. You can simply turn on a test switch that says backlight always on, as shown in this photo. at the bottom left of the clean screen. This prevents you having to solder anything. Do I make money? No, I lose money. Hand over fist. I make about £80 a month on everything, stream wise, and I'll lose about £80 a stream in labour time minimum. So yeah, I just lose money doing this. There's no money on it whatsoever. But eventually we're trying to work up, so because I don't mind doing it, but I've got a job and I've got to earn money. But it'd be nice to add benefits for subs and stuff to make it worthwhile, like teaching people properly, getting enough subs, offering enough reason and benefit for people to want to actually support the channel. But I don't think we really get subs. Like that's a 70, and then we just got an award on Twitch today saying congratulations on 10 subs. Well, we had about 20, so we've lost them all basically. So no, it doesn't make any money. I don't know how people make money on it. Some people make a fortune. I never make money. I've never been good at making money in giving away knowledge scenes. Like I've given away my software knowledge since I was like 14 and never made anything from it. I could have made a ton selling it, but I've never wanted to sell knowledge. I've always wanted to give it away. But the irony is, you give away knowledge, people won't pay for it. But people that don't have as much knowledge and sell it, they'll pay a fortune for. So it's crazy. Yeah, I'll have to do an OnlyFans, show the insides of all the PCBs. Let's have a look on. I always forget in Twitch where the hell to go. There we go. Yeah, I've got 17. So why did I get an award for 10 subs when I've got 17? So I've got 17 on Twitch, which make me about 40. Oh, it says that $40. So I'll get about 25 quid a month off. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Get about £30 a month on Twitch for all month, and I'll probably drink about £200 of coffee while I'm doing them. And then for YouTube, I think YouTube's doing better. Analytics in, there we go. On YouTube, I have members 42. That's gone down. So I'm losing members all the time. So we've got, this says 70. I've got 58 or something like that. What is it? 42 and 17. I've got 57 members. So I've lost 16. I've lost 13 members in the last week. So yeah, you guys chuck money at me, chuck subs at me, do something. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Like I say, I do this because I like doing it. But it would be cool to have like some sub benefit thing that we do where this actually is beneficial to me, not just I'm losing money hand over fist and laughing about it. And marketing, to be honest, I think the only thing it does good is people trust me. Oh yeah, the counts on there never work. Let me have a look on Facebook. I'll tell you how many viewers we've got. If I can ever get to my own live. On live we have, I don't know. I don't know how I see. No, there is one. It's literally one person on. I don't know. Again, Facebook's probably broke on that. But yeah, people trust it when they see me doing my job, usually. So it helps with just support. But again, that side of the business isn't big. So like doing the repairs is the pleasure. The money is in selling the parts. All this repair stuff, there's no mega money. I could sit and do software and earn, no word of a lie, one day what I could earn doing a full month's work in repair. But I enjoy it. So but it just would be nice to earn money from it. Like more, usable money where you're doing this and I'm thinking, I don't mind being on stream for 3 hours because I've made money. It's not. This job is like a £40 job or something, like labour-wise, what I've got, and I've burnt through 3 hours, so I'm on the equivalent of almost minimum wage already for doing a specialist job, basically. Whereas if I'm off stream, I'd have had this done within time and made money. But I have now listed on the website the ability to actually have it featured on live stream, and you pay an extra £30 or something. So at least it covers some of that money then, if people actually want to see it on live streams. It's good to know that it works for some sales. It's like I say, I enjoy it anyway, so it doesn't mean I've got all the equipment, all the investment, and I enjoy doing it. So right, so the wiki we're up to backlight control, screen this thing, haven't soldered anything. Now we need to do the soldering guide. If, however, you want to use the original contrast wheel to adjust the brightness, you can remove resistors R46 and R47, which are just below the wheel, and then we can solder 2 wires to the back side of the wheel and to the pads on the clean screen, remembering to then turn off the backlight switch. So that's all in one description, and we'll do them all in one. I probably should have removed these resistors prior to connecting everything up, but never mind. So let's get that in focus. This is now going to be really awkward because of how I've positioned this. Position this board, it's already connected up. There we go. Ah, yeah, nice. It probably, to be honest, it probably makes more difference than you know, because you won't really know. Let me try and screenshot these tweezers. You won't really know where people are finding you from as such unless they say, and you know, it's hard to judge that impact, isn't it? But I know for a fact it's definitely helped with reputation and people not being able to talk shit really about stuff. So it's so easy for people to talk shit about others, especially if there's no public facing. Trying to get into view. Public facing. Wow, if you could see how I'm contorted doing this, you're gonna laugh if. Right, that was all just forget a screenshot. I'd got my neck crunched up here. I'd got a mouse over here ready to do a screen capture, and I was trying to do this with my hand buckled in so it's not on the camera, just so I could kind of get a good screenshot then. Yeah, when I started all this, I had no public stuff. I didn't do socials. I didn't care. Didn't want to be seen. But then all that led to is people could then talk shit about you that actually had, you know, viewers on YouTube and media that they could push out the lies to. So the biggest thing it's done for me is stop people lying about me. That's completely stopped now because you can't bullshit about me now. I've got enough audience that people know I know what I'm doing, and you just can't talk shit anymore. So that's one way it's like helped a lot. And then the other way, obviously, we've got a nice community now. I think we've got a nice stable Discord and a little private subs chat that's starting to grow, and we've got plans for the future for subs. It's like, you know, I think it's not something yet, but it's definitely got the potential to turn into something really good, like really good and useful for everybody, not just like a pointless, oh, Luke's making money off something. It's like, I want the subs side of things to be purposeful and meaningful and actually beneficial. Oh yeah, I've had shit all my life with people lying about me, and what used to happen when I was young, IPA cleaning time for the mug, is even when I was young, I used to make stuff. I think I told you this before, where I used to like make fake buzz passes when I was young and sell them and things like that, just because I could clone things so good with visual, like making something exactly the same visually in like Photoshop and things. That's where I kind of learned Photoshop, was to make things exact. So I used to like do stuff like that. I used to hack back before you'd end up in prison if you were hacking. So I'd done so much hacking when I was young. Like, you wouldn't believe how much stuff I'd done. But when I used to do things, friends would want to take the clout and the like the praise for it, if you know what I mean. So I'd do something cool, show it off, and then they'd just try and copy it or say they'd done it. So I've had that all through my life anyway, and I'm not used to that. It doesn't bother me, people saying they've done something I've done. But that happened with this business as well. But the haters online just took it one step further. You can see how this is trying to bend up as well. This is what the point of this tape is. See how it's like, as you're installing and moving around, it's kind of bending the ribbons. That's why I like that tape on there, just to help with that. But yeah, it went from people stealing my designs and cloning my designs to then actively trying to say I'd cloned theirs, which the irony was insane, because not only had I made the products, they cloned me, they'd managed to get people believing I cloned them. It's like genius marketing. Like, hats off to them for what they've done. That's pretty cool to be able to get people genuinely believing I'm the person that cloned them when they'd cloned me. It was crazy. But since doing all these streams and stuff, that is literally gone completely. Like, they daren't say to him when you don't hear anybody. And you're not talking about small players. You're talking about like Macho Nacho. So everybody likes his videos. He gets hundreds of thousands of views. They were cloning my products and actively promoting me. You'll see he used to clone all my products. Used to show off all my products until he got with another guy that was cloning my stuff to then start saying they'd made products and stop advertising mine. So it's like, it's just, and I didn't think people were like that. I didn't think they were that desperate for, going after one person. But I just don't bother. If people ask about, oh, what about if these will advertise your product, I'll just say, yeah, they won't do it anymore. I don't really go into it because it's just what it is. They will never advertise my stuff because they've already copied my stuff and made a big point in a scene online that they can never go back on because they made such a statement about pretending I'm this bad guy. They can never go back on it and show my products off now. And the problem they've got is now my products are one of the most popular. So they just stay quiet now. They don't even dare say, oh yeah, he's cloning this, he's doing that, he's bad. They don't even dare to talk now. So they're in this kind of tough situation where they've baked their history permanently and they can't ever go back on that because they look like idiots. But they also now can't ever show off my stuff or promote it or answer people that are asking questions about my stuff. So there's that win, I guess. There's, they can't ever go back on it now. Oh yeah, that'll be exactly the same reason. Oh yeah, the Elite controllers are mad for failing. They really are. Yeah, that's why you'll notice on YouTube so many people want to show my stuff off, and they're still scared of actually saying my name because they get hate from the haters. Basically, that's how sad it is. Like that's why they daren't even say. So they'll pretend it isn't, and when questioned with it now, they'll happily answer. But yeah, the real reason is they daren't say because so many people on YouTube made such a drama that turned out to be complete and utter bullshit. And it's big people, like I say. You're talking about some people have got like a million followers, and they were also involved in all of the fake news spreading. So yeah, mad what goes on without you knowing behind the scenes. But yeah, you have to put up with stuff like that, which is, it's not pleasant when, like I say, I could have happily quit what I was doing and carried on doing software. Like I say, I've made all my money in software, all of it. I don't need to be working. I don't even need to work. I could retire now. I choose to do this because I enjoy it. I like teaching people. If you look at my Angel 6 channel, it's like, I bet 20 years old now. No, probably 15 years old, where I've given away, industry level knowledge to anybody and everybody for free. And I had my software company was worth 500 million before I sold shares in it. That's how big it was. And I was giving away all the knowledge that I knew about software completely for free to anybody online, not asking for a penny. And I've done that before I had money and after I had money. So it's not like I've done it for the money. I just like to give away my knowledge for free. And I did the same in retro, basically. I just give away all my knowledge for free. But like I say, I've put up with tons of abuse that I didn't need to put up with, to the point where it gets you down. And the only reason I didn't give up is because I like giving away knowledge. That is the genuine only reason. It was nothing to do with money, nothing to do with making money. It's literally because I like doing this. I like people to gain from it. And there isn't that much good in the world. It's there's so much negativity that everybody goes through and suffers in silence and doesn't say. We all go through it. And it's just, even if 20 people find comfort in just sitting and watching the video, it's like, that to me is why I do it. And that's what pissed me off more than anything, that if I'd have give it up, I know there was people that watch my retro stuff, and behind all the shit, I knew there was people that actually enjoy what I do. So that's the only, I got to the point of nearly selling retro. I'd just had enough, just again, not for the money, just to get rid of the drama. And not long after deciding that no, I don't I shouldn't back down to that. That's when I started doing the more of the. I think I started on TikTok then. That's when it kind of started. I was like, right, sorry, I'll show what I do instead of letting people say what they want. And then I've slowly built it up now where luckily I don't see any of that hate, and if I do, we have 8,000 members in Discord that stand by me, which is, like I say, I think people don't realise how much that support means. When I get the odd email that people just say, oh, thanks for what you do, they don't realise how much that is actually why I do it. You know, it's I'll just say, you know, thanks back, it's appreciated, but it genuinely is. That is a major part of why I'm still doing it, kind of thing. That and Rusty. If I didn't have Rusty, I would not be doing this. He's got me through some sad times where men sit in silence on their own and they're miserable, but just sit with your pug and everything's fine. He's sitting watching tennis with the missus at the minute. He's in a nice air-conned room, probably snoring his head off. Right, we got that in, we got the switch off, we got that off. Right, now I just need to find out. Oh yeah, you definitely need to push positivity at the minute. Watch a couple of videos on YouTube. Not right. Yeah, the software side, I'm very much. It's a specific topic, and I don't really do like the generic videos at the minute. For just this is how you do software. I could, it'd be, you know, beneficial, but again, it's all time. I work for Avalonia as well, doing their official documentation and videos, so it's very much focused on going through that. I've just started documenting their starting guide. So if you went to, let me go to Avalonia Docs. I don't think it's live yet because I'm doing the videos as we speak. I'll be doing more later. So Avalonia Docs, getting started. So in here now, I've done videos that supplement this. So for people that don't want to read and want to watch videos, which ironically we're in the middle of making written guides because people don't want to watch videos. So for the exact opposite way, I've done on here. So let me just quickly find out the pads we soldered the wheel to, and then I'll jump over to my Angel 6 one, and I'll show you the guides there. You watch, I won't install the wheel, will I? Oh yeah, there we go. Blah, 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 blah. Ooh, did I use hot air on that wheel? I bet I melted that wheel on that video. No, I didn't. Wow. Skills. I did knock that resistor though. Look at that. Look at that little resistor. He's definitely on the way out. Right, so, oh, why am I soldering to there as well? I suppose you could. So it's the inner one and outer one. Right, so, what was I going to show you? Oh yeah, so on Angel 6, I don't know whether you can even find the video. I am terrible at this stuff. View channel. I don't think they show up on my channel. It is. I'll have to go into the section. Content. No, collapse. There we go. So these videos will be how to use Avalonia. There's me and my even better. So look at the, mind you, it's compressed. The quality of that camera in my games room, I call it, with the games room behind, is much better than this one. So this one's good. Like if I get in focus, where are we? That's like sharp with that grey beard. But the one in this room is even better. But because it compresses on YouTube, you can't tell. Yeah, so this is like a real introduction. So it's literally going through how to install stuff, how to set up .NET. And then after that, it will go into setting up the IDE. So it literally walks you through absolutely, even if you're not a software developer, this guide is what you do. And what that is if you went to Avalonia Docs and then install Avalonia, that one, the first video I showed is this, how to install it. Then the next video we just started is setting up this, and then create your first guide, then start a tutorial. I've done a video for every single page here. And then I'm on this one now. So when we actually add it to this page, you'll have a like supplementary video on there that you can just sit and watch through, even if you're not a software developer, basically. That's the point in that. Right, so in my install guide, I installed it on the underside of the wheel, but if you do that, you're much more likely to melt the wheel. So I'd recommend folding it around here, basically, and then going to the inner and the outer is what it is. And the only problem with these wheels is there is the wheels themselves, if you measure them with a multimeter, they'll go from high resistance, like 30k, to this needs a new home. I can put my screwdriver maybe. They'll go from high resistance, which is dim, to low resistance, like 0 ohms, which is bright. But then if you carry on turning the wheel, they jump back up right near the end, back up to a high resistance, because they're just not very well manufactured wheels. So what it'll do is you'll see the screen be dim, then it'll go bright, and then at the very end, when you get into the brightest setting, it jumps back to dim again. That is nothing to do with the clean screen as such. That is this wheel itself going. So say over here, it's high and it's dim, and then it gets brighter, 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 and then as you get to this last bit, like here, it jumps back up to being high impedance, so it goes dim again. Yeah, I think it's why, same in the software, that's why literally I'm making the videos, because some people want the written videos, some people like written videos, some people like the written guides, and other people like to watch videos. It's just, it really is preference. And I'm the same. Like sometimes I usually want to read a guide if I want to get things done fast. But I also like to watch videos sometimes if it's maybe something you're not sure of, or you want the confidence that you're doing right versus reading it. It's literally preference, and even not just preference, it might even be related to the specific thing you're installing. You know, it can be as simple as that. So we're having written guides and videos on the software side, and we're having written guides and videos on the retro side. But I do think when I do these guides, I should be doing really just a stream on the guide. So it's a one-to-one linkage. Whereas at the minute we've got like what's going to be a 4-hour plus stream on, you know, showing a clean screen off that you have to link to the middle of the video. So it'll still work, but people are going to be put off when they see a 4-hour video that's meant to be an install guide. Right, so that can be a screenshot now for where the wires go. And I think that's the whole guide. Oh, get that photo. That's the whole guide written, I think. So that's there. Any hints on the new channel in Discord? Yeah, something really cool. So I've been doing tons and tons of work on linking in with, because about the only thing I haven't made in retro. Like I've got my own software that runs the entire business, buys labels, what else it do? Pulls in the orders, combines orders, checks for fraud, buys labels, ships them, has barcode scanning for packers so they can't make mistakes, has release notes, tracking, couriers, buys labels, everything like that. So that's all made. We've got the wiki that I've made, so that's my entire software made. We've got everything you see on stream, all the overlays and stuff made. Basically, I make nearly everything in this business, including the hardware. The only thing I don't make is the store. So the store is just Equid. It's a I don't know if it's open source, but it's basically a less well-known storefront. While I'm starting to integrate my back-end order system into Equid a lot more with custom apps. So from that, I don't want to give away too much because we're not in a sub-only here, but there's going to be something really cool where you guys in Discord will start seeing live events from orders actually happening, and some cool dynamic, I kind of can't say, but stuff's going to happen in Discord automatically when people place orders, and you'll be like, oh cool, and then it's going to be interactive on Discord. How you guys respond and how fast will dictate what happens next, and then there's a monetary reward that will happen after that. That's as much as I can say. So yeah, something super cool is coming there, and it's taken a lot of work to do. Right, we got that picture in, so where did I get up to? Use the original conscious wheel, balance wheel, just soldering the wires to the back of the wheel, add the pads to the clean screen. So that, let's see if this makes sense. So this guide, backlight control, we basically say turn the switch on, or if not, remove these two resistors that are just below the wheel, and then solder 2 wires to the back of the wheel and to the pads on the clean screen. That should be a comma. Remembering to turn off the back wheel switch. So then we show this, which is the resistors removed. I kind of hope that's obvious. There's like one resistor gone there, one being removed there, and they're the only two in frame. So that's kind of, hopefully, like you can tell, that should be enough. There's where you solder the wires. There's the switch off. There's the wires on. So I don't think I need to explain anything else beyond that. I think that should be a good enough guide for that. And then I suppose now... ooh, View. Haha, nice. Yeah, I did tons of View. I was about the only person using View when it came out. Everyone was React and Angular. And I always swore by View. Like, I made an entire little system on it, DNA Web. Because View was just nice. The syntax was great. It worked. I loved that. But now everything's like type. Even I've moved a bit to TypeScript and stuff. But I still wish we had. Is that all screwed in now? Yeah. I think. Yeah. I still wish we had view model stuff in the web. It's still shockingly bad for MVVM, which is just the way forward. Oh yeah, integrating Stripe. That's how clean screen payments are made. I've got a full integration. I've even got a full licensing system I've now made. So can I show it off without? No, I probably can't. I was going to say, can I show you off? You'll know exactly what it's called, but I mean, this is something I could sell if I wanted. Can I hide the... I kind of don't want to give away the domain name and stuff, but let's see if I can get this thing to actually go. Can you even go full screen in... oh geez, all 3 buttons and F. No, it still doesn't hide the menu bar. Why in Mac does nothing ever work? I wanted to hide the... Yeah, I tried F12. That's like the obvious thing in Windows, but I'm on a stupid Mac, and that just opens up the sidebar. And F11 is normally full screen, and that doesn't work. So it's definitely a stupid Mac thing. View, always show full URLs, always show toolbar and full screen. There we go, get rid of that. There we go. Let me sign in maybe. Yep, go back. So, very, very early, and this is like a full system in the background. Only runs the Game Gear clean screen at the minute, but this is, I couldn't be arsed, this is just a fucking AI generated BS front page. Couldn't be bothered to make the website, it's for me at the minute. But all the back end is made by me. So if we sign in, I've got sandbox testing for Stripe. This is all the back end to the clean screen. So when you buy clean screen, it comes in here. We've got licenses. A few people's emails are leaking there, but I'm sure they won't mind too much. We've got sandbox for testing stuff and simulating payments in Stripe. The whole point of this is it does all of the encryption to protect any application whatsoever. So the clean screen uses this exact system, and you can do Core, Pro, Ultra. You can make a new app that has its own tiering system and its own secret. So you can use like encryption. You can have upgrade options with pricing and stuff. So what this is aimed at is eventually being something where people from the development community that don't want to make the whole licensing side of things, because that's quite tricky, making like a decent... oh no, come out of full screen now. The side of software devs that most people don't like doing is having to license a product and protect it with codes and encrypt it and stuff and then take money. All those things are the bits that most developers don't like doing. So the clean pay system is all about, it does all of that and gives you just a NuGet package you can install, or in the hardware side, it gives you C++ files on how to integrate the licensing, protection and payment all handled for you. But again, I don't need to make money, so I've not bothered selling it. I've made it. It's there. and I could make money off it if I could ever be bothered. Which, as you guys know by now, I never am. So that's just another another commercial grade product that handles licensing, and the one thing it does that nobody else has ever done that I've known of so far looking around is that's what people said when I released the clean screen. Oh, it's a Raspberry Pi, you can just copy and paste it, it's all open. Go ahead and try it. Plug in the clean screen into boot mode, use Raspberry Pi to dump the firmware, which you can. Dump that onto another clean screen and see if it works, and you'll find it doesn't. So nobody's ever protected the that LED not coming up. No one's ever protected the Raspberry Pis because they're naturally open source. So it is not powering on. I don't think we've ever checked the DC jack over yet, but it's flickering on and off and stopping. We'll try batteries of now. Yeah, so we've got natural protection there. Yep, DC doesn't work, but we never, like I say, the problem is we never check DC. Let's check batteries. I don't think I've forgotten anything. Well, other than placing that in. Which do we do first? Oh yeah, this should have gone in before that to allow us to actually have the batteries. So if it doesn't work on batteries, then it helps if you put this in the right way as well. We know there's something else going on, whereas if it does work on batteries, it probably didn't work on the DC jack in the first place, but it's having a clean power anyway, so in fact, yeah, it's having a clean power, so that wouldn't matter anyway. I think that's what I said at the start, that's why I didn't bother testing the DC jack, because it made no difference, because it's going to get replaced. Oh, what am I on about? I'm an idiot. Lynx need a game in to turn on. That's why it's not turning on. Where's the games gone? Over there. Right then, let's see if I can win chess this time. Now we can see it. Hey, welcome in. Just realised I was trying to test a Lynx without a game in. I was just about to diagnose. Right, and so DC jack probably does work. Let's see. There we go, power. So Lynx take a few seconds to boot. There we go. Brightness wheel. Da-da. And then volume. Is there any volume on chess? We have no volume now. AB2, let's go over this. Probably either the speaker's unplugged or something's gone on with that. Right. Well, good news is the clean screen's working. Right, so I think A, B, and left open the. There you go. Old school menu. So now left and A are like left and right, and B is like enter. So B, change to desaturating mode, grey mode. So whatever mode you fancy. Pixel grid, horizontal, vertical grid. True motion is for motion blur, VJ out is for VJ out. So that's all good and working. Yeah, it's got some good games. I don't play it much, but it's definitely got a good following for those that like do play them. It's got a big following, to be honest. You can get a flash cart as well. We sell it that has every single game made and released. It's the game drive by a guy in the UK that's made that. Oh yeah, I'd want to make, like, it's part of the potential plan in the future is to remake the e-commerce site for retro as well. But at the minute, I've managed to integrate it well enough. Right, so for the guide for there now, do we kind of just show it off like that? What do we show off for the finishing thing? Maybe screenshot that. Get that there. Because I think the install, we've kind of showed everything off, haven't we? That works. There we go. It just about fits in. And I suppose on the guide here, I suppose, final lens drop. So we've got, let's have a look. This is a big guide now. Checking the kit, we've got everything. Removing the high voltage thing, that's the only soldering, or you can cut it out. Well, there isn't, there's the ribbon if you wanted. Screen fitment, remove the screws, take that out, push that in, connect that up, stick that down, connect the ribbons in, take that down, plug the ribbons in. Backlight control, just flick on or do that. Final lens drop. So we haven't set in between here to build the console back up. It's kind of obvious, isn't it? So what I'll do is build the console back up in the same way that you took it apart. Everything should just fit back together as normal. That's the start of that bit. And then we have, if you've left screen protector in, actually, if you left this, yeah, it's kind of, that's what's come before maybe, actually. So if you left screen protector, yeah, so final lens drop first, and then after here, this will be assembly. Ooh, one extra sub, thank you. Assembly, assembly and test. So this is the bit we're probably missing, how to quickly use it. Yeah, so the install guides are one, and then the user guides are going to be another. I think that's what I was going to say, kind of split them up. Now that you have the screen lens protector removed, cleaned up, and back together, it's time to just reassemble the console in the same way you took it apart. Everything else should fit back together as normal. And if all's gone to plan, when you power on the console, you should be greeted after a second or two with the game. I'll put a call out here of the mistake I made as well. Just remember the Lynx will not power on without a game inserted. So if you get a brief red light or none at all, then make sure you have a game inserted. Also, the games take a few seconds to load, so it will remain black screen until then. That's that bit. If you soldered the wires for the backlight, the brightness wheel should adjust the brightness up and down, like a normal brightness wheel would. On-screen menu. Which a lot of people don't even realize it has. To open the on-screen menu, hold down the A, B, and left buttons for around 2 seconds, and an on-screen menu should appear. If you don't press those buttons for a few more seconds, the menu will automatically close. Use the left arrow as a left movement through the menu, the A button as the right arrow, and the B button as the enter and exit menu. When you enter a menu, it will turn green, and then the left and A button act as the left and right to move between options. Everything is saved once the menu closes, and to close the menu, simply don't touch the buttons for a few seconds. There we go, and I think, unless you guys can think of anything else, I think that's a complete guide. I'll obviously have to install the clean power and figure out why the audio stopped working, but that should be minor. But I think that is the written guide finally for the clean screen V3 that's about to go. and be replaced by the V4. But at least we have one giant. I think, to be honest, it's a lot. Like, it makes it look like the guide's massive, but I don't know. What do you guys prefer? Plenty of pictures and more pictures than you need, or would you think that overwhelms you because there's so much photos? I don't know. It's kind of, it's what you think. I don't know what you think. So that's pretty much this stream done. I'll just I'll quickly take a look, see if I can spot why the audio stopped working, and if it's not working, I'm probably just going to figure it out off stream anyway. Yeah, we've got that in. That's no problem. Could just be the headphone jack, maybe. Speaker. Sometimes a headphone jack just randomly takes up, gets stuck in the headphone mode, basically. Let's turn them on. Come on. Thing is, I don't know whether that chest had any audio. You know, to be honest, can you? I'm sure it did. Let's put in those chips. I know chips has got audio. That's the better option. There's no reason why audio wouldn't work, but bear in mind some of the caps we've replaced are on the audio rails, so yeah, that definitely should have audio by now. Let's see if it's coming out the headphone port. No. Oh, it is really quiet. Really quiet. Is that just a bad audio wheel? That's a really quiet. Oh, I know why. This isn't safe. This is injecting over voltage. One thing we should probably put on the wiki. So we didn't test on the DC jack, but the DC jack is bad. It's injecting 9 volts into the system. So if we look at this, this is how you tell. And basically the power supply is failing. There is, if this glows orange here, which you'll see in a minute, turn on. See that orange light? That's a warning. That's telling you this DC jack is injecting too much voltage. So it's being protected. The clean screen's being protected because it's got protection built in. But if I were to measure ground and 5 volts, if I can remember where the 5 volts is, it would show. But I'm just going to screenshot this and unplug it first because that is a sign that that DC jack is bad. So probably, to be honest, zoom in. So that's why we haven't got audio, is this is actually, this is pulling too much. Like, it's not regulating, basically. The power regulation circuit is no longer regulating. See, that doesn't really belong in the clean screen guide as such, but we might as well chuck it at the end of it because it's kind of surplus info. So it really belongs in. I think it's already in the Lynx repair guides anyway. We'll do a power warning thing here. A small warning on the Lynx. If you know the Lynx much at all, the DC jack can be dangerous because it injects 9 volts through the DC jack, or often higher, as well as, to be honest, the batteries, which can still be 9 volts, but they go through a slightly different circuit. In fact, no, that's the wrong info, really. The Atari Lynx is notorious for having a positive common instead of a positive ground, which leads to the potential to overvolt the system very easily. The original power circuit can fail and inject 9 volts into the entire system. One telltale sign that this is probably happening is if you install a clean screen and you see an orange light under the LCD ribbon, this is a sign that it's overvolting, and that's an overvoltage protection kicking in. And that's that. If you see this, unplug the DC jack or batteries and either install a clean power, which will totally prevent this issue from being possible, or repair the power circuit using the information on the wiki in the repair section. Right, I think that is a good info. I'm going to do something that probably I shouldn't do. Let's save that. So that's done. One hackish way of showing you this. Like, I just want to quickly prove the oh yeah, them wires are getting a bit, well, fluff in my hair. I want to quickly prove that the audio very. I definitely need to turn off that JBC go to sleep feature on my software. I want to prove the audio will work, and this is just the system's being overvolted. So don't do this. This is not the fix, but it's the fix for me. It's the fix for you guys to see. What I'm going to do is remove that overvoltage protection circuit on the clean screen, which what that'll be doing is just dumping all of the excess voltage through a diode, and not necessarily dead shorting, but overloading. It's a very, very crude way of the clean screen technically fixing the overvolt situation by forcefully overloading the driver, in this case the batteries or the DC. Trying to keep this bloody ribbon out of the way so I can actually show you. Yeah, basically a Zener diode kicks in when it's above 5 volts and dumps all the excess voltage to ground through the diode. So the diode will be getting hot, and ultimately the DC plug will be, this is really annoying, the DC plug will be not able to provide enough power, and so it just lowers the voltage, and effectively is a kind of proper hackish way of doing it. One thing I'm going to do is remove that overvolt protection. I'm just going to bridge that fuse. I'm going to do 2 things. You spotted the yeah, that's a beta feature I pushed by mistake. I'm in the, well, I didn't push by mistake. I haven't ended up having time to do it yet. So it will be coming. So the same, I've also made another app as well. Baby side quest again. Let's see if it works on this. You guys have maybe, in fact, you probably haven't. I've made software that runs all of my LLMs on this machine, well, on any machine when I'm doing devs. And I've got a huge amount of tooling now and stuff for doing real professional development, I guess, with LLMs instead of sloppy development. And one thing my software does is read back to me. I talk to it and now it reads back to me using, I think it's Kokara. I can't think it's it. Again, it's a small LLM you can download and host and run locally. And it's got really good audio playback. I've baked that into my AI software, but then I liked it so much. I wrote the other day a native Mac app called Voicer. So let me see if that works on here. So where are we? Go over. So if I go into scripts and build DMG install, build app, build and install app, that'll do me. This will now build my little Voicer app if it works. I've only ran it on one machine. Only made this yesterday, I think. Well, I only finished making it yesterday. This should then install on Mac a tool so I can read out aloud anything anywhere, basically. Am I ringing doorbells now? You know, I'm complete. Yeah, it has. I am that unaware of my phone's noises. I didn't even hear it. Like, I was like, what, yeah, like it's gone off. And then I've got, you guys will have to tell me when I get text messages and stuff as well. I genuinely just, I do not hear my phone going off at all. Right, that's installed, and I don't think it launches, I can't remember. Go into here, go into apps now, and we should have Voicer. There we go. So now, open preferences, accessibility. This is so it can, what it has to do to read aloud is briefly copy the text that's highlighted. So this is really cool if it works. What Mac? This is a M4 Ultra Studio, or rather M4 Max Studio, and I've got an M3 Ultra in the other room. What is my I'm like, why can't I see my screen? OBS has like screwed up its overlay somehow. There we go. Yeah, the TTS built into Mac is awful. Like in most of them, this is the only one that I like. So in here now, voice engine's ready. Sweet. So I've built some settings in here. Again, for my personal preference. Start at login, which is what we want. The voice I want to be, the one I like is called Heart, I think it is. Why can't I see Heart in this? No, that's not good. Why can't I scroll? See, buggy. But if I leave it and don't click anything, even though I've got a bug that I can't scroll there, it should default to Heart, which is the one I like. Read aloud shortcut, what I do is put it on a mouse press to read aloud with a 2-second delay. And then I put it on the left click. And then for the play pause, I do the same thing with the same button on a 0.6, so I can pause it. You'll see why in a minute. And to escape is just the escape key. So if all that's worked and the engine's ready, let's see if this works. So if I went to the wiki, so now say I wanted to read this, I go over, I hold the left mouse button for 2 seconds. It's loading. This will be probably from the first play. Let's see. It's probably downloading the voice engine, maybe. Let's wait for this. And I've just forgot another option I want to change to default. Now, it did say the voice engine was ready, but I'm guessing it hasn't downloaded.
If you see this,
there you go.
Unplug the DC jack or batteries and
then
either
now,
install a clean...
See, if I hold the left click for just half a second, I can pause it. We can carry on talking. I can hold it again for 0.2 seconds, 0.6 seconds, and let it play. So nice, quick and easy. Press escape. Or press and hold escape, rather. And there you go. So now, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I want to read this out loud. Select, hold the left mouse, wait. I can send it to a second.
Just remember the Lynx will not power
and then you've got
on
this.
without a game inserted.
Oh, somebody's here. Hold to pause. Have a conversation. Oh, I need to carry on. Hold again. Carries on.
If you get a brief red light or none at all, then make sure you have a game inserted.
And that's that. So I made that, basically. Just so, because I'm that used to now being so lazy that I dictate everything and I don't even read anymore, have it read it back to me. So if you go on any website or anything anywhere, it doesn't even have to be a website. As long as you can select the text and click it and Command-C would work, then you've got audio playback, basically. So that's that. So for example, say I did Voicer and pressed enter to select it. I can now click and hold and it should read out Voicer then.
Voicer.
There you go. So it's just now audio anywhere. But yeah, knocked that up the other day. And again, just for my preferences, but I've got to fix that bug. I should be able to scroll and I can't scroll in there. That's because I fixed a bug in here. I couldn't scroll in here. So then I set it up here. But yeah, that's that, basically. So I think we're all good. Anyway, that was a random mixed stream of lots. Oh yeah, I was going to show you this, wasn't I? Removing, let me just remove them. Overvolt. I'm going to remove the fuse. And I'm going to remove the overvolt. And like I say, this doesn't matter because it's only going to be on for a brief second. 9 volts for, a short period doesn't kill anything. And it's going to be replaced with the clean power right after this, so that won't matter. So now this is what I've done. Remove the overvolt, bridge the resettable fuse just because those add a little bit of noise to the circuit, so I've just done that. And now if we connect this back up, I'll almost guarantee you the audio will magically be back and everything will work, but that's telling us, it's pretty much warning us the DC power or the power circuit in general is not stable. And it can also happen, is this a customer of yours, Luke? Who's that? I'll probably miss messages on the screen, to be honest. Yakking away to myself. What can happen is when you load it down with like a clean screen, the original power board might have worked with the original screen or the original power circuit, but then once it's loaded down with mods, it can fail. So it can also fail just under load normally, but with that done now and everything in, we need to just solder the wires back on, and I will almost guarantee you then audio is going to come back. So that's what I would say, and then I'll just I'll leave Zach to do the clean power build up test, etc. And I don't know, I'll 100% be on just Avalonia videos all tomorrow from 5 AM till late, so there'll be a load of them done. Don't know whether I'll get time for a stream, but I'm away next week with Rusty at a lodge, so we'll kick in with the streams when I'm back. So now this will hopefully have audio again. He says. No. So we'll have to fix the audio as well. Yeah, really poor audio. There you go. So just push on the resistors there. And now we have audio. So we have a classic case of failing audio circuit. So again, this was fully working though before we did that, like before we've done the work. But I know Atari Lynxes are notorious for having weak, well, not weak, they are actually very strong audio drivers, but very weak for failing. So maybe I'll take a quick look. But pushing on these resistors here, got it like literally finger on there, and it could be that one of these traces where the caps have come off are potentially bad, but I don't think they were. There was none bad around here that I remember. But yeah, it could just be dry joint, could be weak resistor, could be failing amp. I think I have the amps. I don't know whether I have them. I finished my work today because I guess the stream got me pumped to mod on. Nice. Have to get back on it. I think everybody's just enjoying watching tennis and eating food while I'm busy working. It could be this dodge. Oh, you know what it could be as well? When we took the cage off, I wonder if one of these transistors got slightly knocked right by the cage. That's probably more likely because the cage ran right past here. So I'm betting we should probably look around the edge where we were having fun with that cage at the very start, because I bet that's more than likely what we've done. I think we've I'd take a guess going around the edge of the cage, especially this bit, which was the awkward bit. We might want to swap that out or look for anything we could have knocked or damaged in line with the cage. I mean, none of them look very well put on, do they? They're all kind of slanty, and that's the factory install. But audio's this side, so I wouldn't say it's anywhere else. I'd say, if anything, maybe this thing that was slanty. Other side of the board has nothing at all. The only thing we haven't done is put the ground plate back on, which I don't think normally bridges actual ground, if you know what I mean. I don't think it's like literally joining the isolated islands, you know, like from here over to here, because you can see the tray. Oh, maybe it does. No, I don't think so. It's going through the board. Usually them copper pads aren't to actually bridge over, it's just to help. That's in... I'd say more than likely it was going to be this. We might have damaged this or made it weak. Yeah, let's just try that first. That was a... I'm upside down now, so that goes there, that goes there. The one good thing with a clean power is you can just tap the button on the clean power board without having to use the ribbon, so it's easier for testing. Oh yeah, I've got no backlight, so I can't tell. Yeah, nothing still. So pushing on here though. I'm just about here there. But I think all I'm doing there, the wheel isn't doing anything. I'm just bypassing the rail here. Let me just try applying random heat in a few areas. Strange. It's literally just touching, just right on. It's this resistor, but this it will, because this is obviously left and right. I wonder if these resistors have just failed. I don't think so, because thing is, with that, it's not working on a wheel, and it's not working on the speaker. So we've got more issues than just that. Usually, these are the 2 amps, audio amps. These are very, very common failures for no reason. That could have just failed because of heat being near the shield. They're usually the culprit, but it could be. It was working before, so we know it's. I doubt the volume wheel or the headphone port are bad. They're not likely. I want to say a quick, sneaky replacement of these for how quick it is. Let's just unplug the power. Swap them. I do sell them. So, well, I did sell them, but I should have some spare somewhere. Power repair. I've got loads of power repair kits, the old ones. RAM, and everything except what I want. Screws. Cap kit. It's a cap kit off here after all. I'll just get a Lynx 2. I don't know whether this. I don't know what the state of this one is, but we'll use it for taking this. Has got random notes on. Noise on Susie and Hayato. I remember this one from ages ago. So my little note on this one. I diagnosed this to crazy amounts. And this is. Oh yeah, still got the same one. Did I put the right cap on? Actually, you know what? I was remembering that. Yeah, one microfarad. That's definitely the right cap. And yeah, those caps are all right. So I'm going to change. Or I'm going to hot air. So much for leaving. So I was going to leave it, but I thought it was just going to be a loose wire or that power circuit, but it doesn't look like it. But my first suspect is just going to be that driver being weak. The same way up, yeah, so this one on. But then why would the driver just fail? Having the recap is what you think, but they just can sometimes. So I would say this is the most likely culprit at the moment. That plenty. into your solder. There we go. Let's see what that does. So we have, and the speaker could be bad, but again, the speaker was working, so I can't see that being an issue. The game's still in. Power on here. That in there. Turn on. Nope. No. I think there's going to have to be a proper diagnostics to figure out that one. Instead of just guessing and going around. Maybe just swap that Q2. I'm going to do that live as well. I don't think we even need to turn it off for that. Let's just do a hot swap of that transistor that I'm suspect of, just because it's right by the cage, and I don't like the fact that that was so close to that cage we were working with. See, it's working but very weak, so it's that's going to be a resistor somewhere, that is. Let's put that back on here as well. So it's not the main amp. I could also swap the other amp out just for the sake of it. So let's just do that. Let's unplug that and swap this amp as well. Yeah, I can't spot anything else there, so let's swap this off. Let that cool a minute and then we'll power him back up. Should be enough time. Plug in. Turn on. Ah, that sounds better. You can hear it already. So I've got a feeling that's going to kick in at full volume. Holy shite. Yeah, this is look at that. That's them cores. Yeah, so the problem with this is, and I know what it is, that voltage circuit is failing. You know when I said it's going to 9 volts? So the DC jack, or the power circuit in general, because it's under load from the clean screen now, which is probably the cause, will cause the original power circuit to overvolt. That's one of the major dangers that I mentioned on the wiki. So it's gone and blown the audio IC. Now it's not. It's one of them. It's the original Lynx wasn't faulty, but once it's been loaded down with extra current by the clean screen, the original power circuit's then faulty. So it's one of them. It's like we've overloaded, in a sense, a power circuit that is old and in theory should support the power, but doesn't, because it's old and it's aging. And that's the whole point of the clean power. So that's why it randomly failed. That's kind of the reason why all of a sudden it stopped working, is because it's loaded down, and that's what the clean power solves. So the clean power can handle that extra current no problem, but you could tell by how much that was bouncing around. That would just end up killing the other amp if we left it running. So at least we know the sound will be good when we fit the clean power, which obviously I'm leaving that up to Zach. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. I suppose if I did it tomorrow, we'd end up with a wiki guide or rather we'd end up with a video guide for the clean power. But then the problem might be, if we end up doing that, we'd end up diagnosing the audio on the stream. So then it wouldn't be a single clean video of just the guide, but I don't know. How much do we care? Let me just quickly try this. I know I'm being naughty, but let's quickly try this with the speaker. I'm curious. With the overvolt, does this now drive the speaker? Which it should do. Yeah, there we go. So that's what it was basically. So yeah, it's the dangers of the way that the Lynx is designed, and that's the problem with that common positive design. It's an awful design. If you wanted to learn about that, obviously there's the wiki. So you can just go to retro6.wiki, and if you go to, you can just use a search. So you can just put Lynx power circuit. There we go, and you've got the Lynx clean screen install, the power circuit here. This explains how it all works. It's quite complicated. How to test everything. This is when I was fixing the originals more so than now replacing it. But this tells you all the issues of why, if you're technical and you want to know, this is exactly how and why it fails and why it's bad and how everything works. Massive read up of the whole circuit. But basically the original circuit is not good. Like, it's genuinely not good. You want to put a clean power in. That's the safest thing. And then you're not going to get things like that happening where it overvolts very easily. So that could have killed the clean screen, but luckily the clean screen has the protection on. It could have killed the audio amp, which it did. Could have killed the entire Lynx, but luckily the Lynx ASICs are known to run for, that's the shell things, run for quite a while at 9 volts because they all have internal ESD protection diodes that, similar to how the clean screen did it, dump the extra current out the way. So all in all, that's installed. I'm going to leave that for Zach to finish off, and it just needs a clean power install really and building up. So I don't know, or like I say, I might do it at the weekend. We'll see. I'll leave it on my desk because I might end up. We'll see if I get time for a quick stream to do a clean power install. I don't know. But yeah, thanks everybody for joining in, and I'll catch you guys in more than likely a week. I can't see me getting too much time this weekend, but you never know. Oh yeah, I forgot it's hot. I'm literally sitting in here with an aircon on, nice and chill. I've just looked out the front, out the back door, and it's literally beaming heat. It's not going to be fun when I leave this room, that's for sure. Yeah, have a good. Oh yeah, it's weekend, isn't it? For weekends for me don't mean much because I still just work them. But I'll have a little. Maybe I'll just have tonight off. Like now, I was going to do a bit more, but I think I'll just have tonight off. Have a binge watch of TV or something for once. Start work again in the morning. I might get up early and do this. We'll see. See how I feel. No idea what I feel like yet. But yeah, you guys enjoy your weekends and all. I'll catch you now probably Friday, I'd say. Spelling mistake on the stream text. JBC Solid. Which one? YouTube, obviously. Let me check that out. That's been on there since day one. I don't know. Soldering Iron's quite a good thing. You might want a Soldering Iron. Switch accounts. Why would I switch? Oh, yeah, because I switched accounts to Angel 6, didn't I? There we go. Where do we go? Streaming. Create. Go live. I bet it won't let me edit the stream. Oh, yeah, well. Edit. Hit Soldering Iron. Wonder if that's on all of them because I copy and pasted it. Soldering Iron. Saved. Right, and let me check Twitch while I'm on it. I might as well. Edit. JBC. No, because Twitch, I decided to just paste a link in the description. That's it. Go live notification, says JBC. That's never normal, is it? I don't think that's normal. Maybe update that to there. Retro 6. Yeah, every time I went live on Twitch, then it was sending a link to JBC. Let's remove that from there. That's not the place for the link. So that's that fixed. Yeah, cool. That's it. Middle of time now. Right, I will catch you guys maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday, maybe later. We'll see.